I.
Flag.
Ready? Yeah.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, good morning, everybody. There's a couple of minutes here and we'll go into the Granite County Board of Health agenda.
I move we accept the minutes.
Second,
For what?
the minutes on the Granite County Board of Health, I guess we still got a minute, I guess. I don't know who's all gonna
Do
be.
we, well, call to order, we'll
Yeah.
make sure that, okay, we have Dr. Khan is on.
And Lauren just hopped on and Jackie's getting on.
All right, we'll give them a couple minutes. They probably will do this.
Hold on, let me.
Got everybody on?
I think so.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and go a call to order in the Granite County Board of Health agenda, approval of minutes.
I move to accept the minutes.
Why not the board chair on this?
Oh, yeah, you are for it. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm glad you said it.
I just wanted,
No.
everything needs to be in its order in its place.
I forgot.
Okay, so. A motion has been made, approval of the minutes from check. Is there a second?
I second it.
Any public comment? All in favor?
No,
Aye.
Okay, just to note that Dr. Khan is on with us and we have Chad Lannis here. Jackie Bolster is on Zoom. So the second agenda item is the Granite County Sanitarian Report with Chad Lannis. Good morning.
Good morning. So just kind of business as usual in the summer for us. Still a lot of development, when we're done here, I'm running down to Beavertail to take a look where a woman wants to put a new house down there. So the on-site development stuff is still just humming right along, as you're kind of familiar with a little bit.
Yeah, I let John take it over.
Yeah.
I think it's-
And the food stuff is really busy too. We've got Mark running around. We still have a lot of people working on mobile food units right now. And so we have implemented that, our plan review. And so we've started charging that fee for that too. So
How hard is it to get a license for one of those? It just depends on what you got.
it depends, yeah. I mean, we've got people doing snow cones and we've got people, barbecuing, roasting pigs on them. So two levels of difficulty, but the process is still the same. We have them fill out a plan review and submit it to us, and the decisions that we make are based on the risk of the food. So it's actually not that complicated. And most of the people that we're dealing with these new mobiles are buying brand new ones. They're having them built.
Oh, wow.
And they're spending $40,000-$50,000 on these things and bringing them from Florida. I'm trying to think of the last couple, Florida, Missouri, maybe. There's a couple of places that make them and they're beautiful. Had a couple in Deer Lodge, got a really nice one from Las Vegas, and they're doing Mexican food. I hope that they're all very successful, but this is another one of those waves that seems like everybody wants to do mobile food. And the wave has got a crest and crash like everything else. So we'll see. But if they're buying brand new ones, there's a lot of equity in them. So if they sell them, then they've got a lot of value to them still. But anyway, we're helping everybody equally and, you know, people are really nice to deal with and easy to work with. So that's going really well.
Do they have running water?
Yep, they are required to have water and they have to have both clean water supply and a water catch. That's actually more because you're bound to wash dishes and catch crud in it, so they are required, and so that's another thing is that we see where they're getting their water from. Make sure their water's coming from an approved source that's tested so that the water's safe too. Yeah,
So where does the wastewater go?
the wastewater gets caught in the tank and then they have to dispose of that. They can dispose of it. We've got Leslie Kahn is doing a food trailer out at Rock Creek, or I mean, not Leslie, Elena. Yes, yeah, so she's doing hers and she actually has a septic system out there that she can empty that wastewater into. So it can either go into that or a lot of them will bring them to a gas station that has an RV dump.
So I worked in my nephew's last summer and it was parked in Winning Hot parking lot. And we got water next door from the Sapphire, from the Opal place, and then he had a tank in the back. So, yeah, it was water in and he filled the tank with water and then the waste went to the tank. That he had parked on a truck that was sitting below it, so yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple ways. It can either be built in and they take the whole entire trailer or whatever, or a lot of them do have kind of a detachable gray water tank that they take and then they just dispose of it, so. Hopefully in the right place.
Yeah, his was a little less.
Yeah, that was pretty neat.
Yeah, it was really,
And it was a great spot too.
yeah,
He's not doing it no more.
yes, no.
Yeah, it's funny. Well, and again, they ebb and flow, they come and go, but yeah, so we've got quite a few of those that actually Mark is still reviewing right now, so. But besides the regular business, there's complaints come and go, of course. There was one I was dealing with the hotel in Drummond, and I think we got that figured out. I spoke with Bob and I got a complaint from some people that were living in the apartment and they had a water issue. But according to Bob, the water's fixed and place was left in that stuff. Anyway, so that thing there is taken care of, and I've got one I'm working on up Packard Gulch right now too, where some people apparently just don't have a septic system or any kind of wastewater disposal, and just it's alongside the road and blowing all over the place. So yeah, so that should be pretty fun to deal with that. So at this time, and it's somebody buying it under contract from somebody else. So there's a lot of layers to the onion, but at this time, I'm documenting it and then I'm gonna send them a notification and they'll copy Blaine, of course, let them know exactly what they're in violation of, give them a time period to get a hold of me and straighten that out, so. So that's what we're working on. And,
What about that trailer?
yeah, and that one,
Sorry, I'm just.
I took some more pictures of it, I know, and it's in the middle of the floodplain too. So, you know, that is something still, the place across from Mr. Adler's shop there.
Okay, yeah,
And, you know, I did take some more photos when I was out there last time and we gotta figure out what to do about that, because as far as I know, they never did have a septic system or anything.
Not out there, see if they moved it out and then the wind blew it over.
Well,
And now it's been there 3 years.
Man,
I would say, if it needs moved in order from the Board of Health,
yeah,
requiring it to be moved, but, I guess, yeah, let me know on that.
Yeah.
and we can-
yeah, we'll actually look up the statute, because there is, I mean, obviously they're in violation of a couple of things there, so that's something. I'll set up a meeting with you here sometime in the next couple of weeks and we'll take a look at it, so. And then figure out the best way to notify them and then if necessary, we can bring it to the Board of Health, but we may have the tools to do it without having to have an order.
Okay.
But yeah, that's ridiculous and it's been going on for way too long.
Comment on your letter. For the letter about the lake when the
Oh,
water was.
yeah.
Did you test it?
No,
No. Did
No,
you
I
feel
don't-
any need to?
not at this time. And again, I mean, I don't have the ability to go actually do a test. And you know, that was the letter, I think, was kind of kind of misinterpreted a little bit. It was basically just a request that I be aware of when these things are happening, because I do get calls from homeowners and various people, and just so I can appropriately respond to it. I know it's a very, very complicated three-dimensional thing, and the less that I'm involved, the better. Because that means we don't have problems. And, you know, and again, I haven't necessarily seen problems, but there's a potential for problems if the water gets too high, so.
Well, the one thing I would say is that Georgetown Lake homeowners were down here in end of April, early May, asking for limited outflows. So
Yeah,
you
sure.
can't have it both ways.
yeah, there's two sides to that coin, for sure. Yeah, that, it just from my limited perspective of environmental health, you know, if the water comes up very, very much further above full pool, then there's the potential for it to have issues with septic systems and wells, and that's it. I just want to be able to appropriately respond if people give me calls about those things. That's it. But yeah, at this time, I don't necessarily think that if I were to go find a boat, go out to the middle of the lake, try to get a grab sample, that would even necessarily give us any kind of useful information at this time.
I hope not more than it.
Yeah, well, and again, one snapshot of one day in one particular place
No,
is not valid information. You need information over a period of time to see if anything's changing. And that way you can actually follow and see what's changing things. So I mean, at this time, I think things are fine. But again, just me being in the loop somewhere when these things happen is all I request.
Is there a baseline or test have been done up there on like nitrates and stuff?
There is a study, and I want to say it's like 20 or 30 years old. I think there is a study out there somewhere, and I'll tell you what, I'll contact John Grooms or Chuck Stokey, or one of those. I think one of those guys is bound to have that information, and I'll see if I can get that information so we can see what that actually consists of. It was, and I can't remember if it's State Lands, Fish, Wildlife and Park. Some agency actually did a study of the water in their reservoir. So,
Okay. Is there any public comment to or for our Granite County Sanitarian? Seeing none, we'll move on. The next agenda item is from the Granite County Public Health Report with Lauren Bolton. Lauren.
seeing the meeting.
Good morning, everybody. I'm joining virtually and I don't have good Wi-Fi, so I'm unable to put my camera on. But so for the last quarter, we had been a lot in the schools talking about drinking and driving and substance use prevention. Jackie had arranged Steve Schmidt from Drive Safe Missoula DUI Task Force and Buckle Up Montana Coalition to come in and talk to them. And they saw it looks like right around 100 students for this conversation. During that time, they also did a lot of tobacco prevention. They utilized it kind of dually to chat with the students about not only alcohol prevention, but also tobacco prevention. Jackie and I had attended the health fair in Drummond last week, and we hoped it could have been a little bit busier, but hopefully in the future, I think that they're going to try and do it on the same day as other events so that they get a little bit more, they get more people at the event, as well as maybe having labs drawn prior. So maybe having like a whole month where people can actually go to Granite County Medical Center and get their labs. And then the health fair just be where you can go pick up your labs and review them with a specialty provider or whatever. Immunizations have been pretty slow, which is expected this time of year. We do anticipate that they will start to pick up again August, September, October for back to school and flu shots. I think we did schedule the Blue Cross Blue Shield van to be here on September 25th, which, and Jackie can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that is the day of another a different health fair, like a fall health fair. So I think that that will be really great for getting people out. The Blue Cross Blue Shield van was super successful last year. And it's really awesome because we're able to bill insurance, but if someone is uninsured or underinsured, if they get their vaccine with the Blue Cross Blue Shield van, Blue Cross Blue Shield picks up that cost. So it's free to the community. The cost doesn't fall back to you all. And and it's a really great day. So hopefully we'll have, I think it's the 25th that we will be doing that. And then we just really have been sitting down and talking about kind of plans for the upcoming year. And one of the biggest things that we're focused on is access and awareness of public health services. And so we want to do a lot of outreach to the school, not just the school like staff, but actually parents, to let them know what is available to them in Granite County. Specifically, you know, things like WIC, back to school immunizations. We have home visiting services that could be available to people. And so we really just want to make people aware of what's available so that we can hopefully start to see some utilization. And with that being said, WIC, we had one new mom and 4 new kids in this quarter, which is awesome for Granite County. And I think Jackie and Deb can both attest that that program is just kind of on the up and up. And that's all that I have.
So question on your tobacco prevention report.
Mhm.
How is it that someone would reach out if they were trying to like quit smoking? Who would they reach out to?
So that kind of depends on the avenue. We usually direct people to the quit line. And I don't know it off the top of my head. I should, but I can send that out so it can go out with the minutes. There's an adult quit line. There is a pregnant mother quit line, and then there is a teen quit line. And what's really great about those quit lines, first of all, is I think that they have upwards of an 85% success rate. And they're also incentivized. So I don't know about the incentive for the teens and the and the just general adult quit line, but thank you, Dr. Khan. The general adult quit line, but for the pregnant moms, I think that every call that they make, they get a $50 gift card, and then upon completion of the program, I think that there's incentive as well. So it's a really great option for people to utilize, and it is just that the Montana Quit line that is sponsored by DPHHS, and Dr. Khan put that in the chat.
Is there any public comment to Lauren or questions or comments?
I got a question. The September 25th vaccine clinic, is that flu shots, all broad vaccines, or is it just limited?
It's probably just going to be flu and COVID vaccine. If there's interest, and we've done this in the past, like if someone needs a different vaccine, we can bring that with us. But we don't just offhand. So for instance, if somebody calls, you know, the office in August and is like, I need hepatitis and I'm not going to be in town until then, and it's the 25th, then we would stock that and we would hope to see them, but we definitely aren't going to stock all of our vaccine at that event. Depending on how busy we are and depending on where it's at, like if it's in Drummond, that's something that we could probably just run to the office and grab, but if not, it most likely will just be flu and COVID vaccine.
And then this will be posted like on the county website. All right.
Yeah, I think we're going to do county website. We'll send something out in the back to school packet with the kiddos. So sometime in August or September, that'll go out to all of the parents. And then I think we want to try and get something in the paper. And then I also know that in Anaconda, we're going to put a radio ad on, and we're just going to list all of the dates that the van will be in the area. So we'll have it in Anaconda one day, we'll have it in Granite County one day, and then I think Powell's going to take it, as well as Beaverhead County. So we'll do kind of a little list of where they'll be for that week.
Sounds good.
Hey, Elena has a comment. Elena?
Thank you, Elena Gagliano, for the record. As far as the vaccines, which COVID shot are we up to in your offering?
So this is the one right now that's being still in the process of going through like the ACIP, which is the American Council for Immunization Practices. And this is where they're just deciding what strain they're going to target for this upcoming year. It looks a lot like what we had previously seen in flu shot seasons. Every year they, do a lot of research and pick a formulation for the variants that they want to target for that upcoming year, what they're projecting we'll probably see in circulation. I don't know for sure what is being approved. Once it's approved, we'll definitely shoot something out. But I heard that it might be just a monovalent vaccine that they're targeting one strain. But as soon as the ACIP approves that or recommends it, we'll let you all know.
Okay, because I understand, maybe I'm wrong, that COVID is not a problem anymore.
So COVID is along those same lines of influenza. So we still are going to encourage people to get vaccinated every year. Starting in about October to May-ish is respiratory illness season. And we see things like flu, RSV, and, now COVID. And in the colder weather, people are hanging out inside. It's a great place for viruses to spread. And we want to make sure that we're vaccinating our community so that we're not only protecting ourselves, but we're protecting the vulnerable people in our community. So we're treating it a lot like influenza. So every year we will do just a respiratory illness kind of vaccine push in about October.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other public comment or question for Lauren? Seeing none, we'll move on to our county FEP update with Jackie Bolster. Jackie?
Good morning. So I've been making some contacts with the state, just learning who people are, learning what needs to be done. I met with Debbie and Lauren last Thursday afternoon, and we went over all the deliverables for the year and kind of made a plan and scheduling and things like that. So just making changes in the state HON contact list this morning, and so just trying to learn the system. That's it.
That's it?
That's
Any
it.
Comments for Jackie on FEP?
I'll just echo Jackie a little bit. We were able to sit down with those FEP deliverables and kind of distribute them amongst the three of us so that they definitely will be able to be met each quarter, and wherever we can, kind of duplicate some of the stuff that we're doing in Anaconda and make sure that it's happening in Granite County, we will make sure and do that. So I think it will be a very efficient system.
And that was Lauren Bolton speaking for anyone.
So Blanche, also, and you were questioning about the tobacco stuff. When we were at the schools with Steve Schmidt, we handed out teen smoking, and then for the little students or younger students, we handed out pets and second smoke. So those are the things that we hand out when we are able to go into the schools, that we capture some form of information for the kids on tobacco.
Thank you, Jackie. Okay, next on the agenda is new business. We have updates from board members or our local health officer. Seeing none?
This is Dr. Khan. The only thing that I have specifically is that Lauren and I had met earlier this month, and I think she met with the commissioners trying to work on the contract to provide public health services in Granite County. So I don't know if she has an update on that specifically.
So that contract, this is Lauren speaking. That contract was signed. I'm not sure what the date was, Billy, or you probably could let us know.
Effective.
And-
It's effective
and
July 1.
effective July 1. And pretty much what that outlined was just reiterating that Anaconda Deer Lodge County is not taking on the MCA statutory responsibilities, that we're not accepting delegation for those in the event of like a public health emergency or something like that. However, we are able to be looped in if needed. We aren't the first response. And then that second piece was really that Granite County was going to absorb the public health emergency preparedness. And that was with Jackie, the report that she just gave. And last was that management of Area 5 program would not sit with Anaconda Deer Lodge County. We would be able to consult with, but not manage that program. I think that covered everything.
Okay, with that being said, is there a motion for adjournment?
Lena has a comment.
Oh, go ahead, Lena, sorry.
Thank you again, Lena Gagliano, for the record as far as updates. First, I have two things. One question, is there any trustee here from Granite County Medical Center? And two, any update about Eagle Ambulance ending service here in Granite County? I think that's important. And if there is somebody here who's a trustee, it'd be nice if they introduce themselves from the hospital. If somebody from the hospital is here, thank you.
There's nobody from the hospital here. Then we're gonna talk about the Eagle thing, the one. Never.
Yeah, so the sheriff's office had a social media post that Eagle was no longer making ambulance calls, runs, transports. So yeah, it's on at 1 today to discuss, right?
Does that answer your question, Elena?
Okay, so in essence, it's hit or miss if there's an emergency, depending if somebody's available.
Well, we still have Drummond ambulance running if there's an emergency.
I know they had problems coming over to this part of the valley. So
I heard on the news that Powell County said they stepped up. I think it was Powell, I'm not sure.
The sheriff said that
Clinton,
I'm not sure about well, Clinton's QRU,
Yeah.
but sheriff has talked to several people and is trying to get some folks that, and Mary Miller was in last week and will be here again at 1, who has a lot of energy. So there's, I mean, it's potentially some positive there.
So one comment is that as soon as the sheriff found out that Eagle Ambulance would no longer be here, effective yesterday,
Correct.
then he jumped right in and he's been doing a lot of research, and he is going to be here at 1 o'clock, and we are going to discuss ambulance service in Granite County.
One thing
thank you.
people do is life flight insurance is like, I believe, like in the $65 a year range. That
Household.
yeah, that for a household per year. And I think they get a discount if you do multiple years. That would, I mean, I'd be
Yeah.
good. That at one point they were going to contract with the county to provide that. Remember, they were going to do like a real.
Different outfit.
Wasn't it Life Flight?
Here was, I don't know now.
Oh, okay. Anyway, the state legislature came in and nixed that one, and they changed the law, and then the county couldn't do that anymore with them.
yeah, life flight is good, but then you have the problem. You got a guy like me that doesn't know that much. And when do you call a life flight? I mean, you might call a life flight and for nothing, you know, and
We
so
called,
it's good, but
we called all the time when my grandfather was old and in his last years, and we would call all the time, and sometimes they would land and sit there for a long time because there was no ambulance or there, it was hard to get an ambulance out to the creek, and
so
there was
they
many a
tell
time.
for like a false alarm.
I mean, we had the little card thing, with the subscription, but
One thing my understanding is once dispatch is called, they're working hard to find someone, and they would make the call to have Life Flight be available there.
With that being said, we will discuss this further this afternoon. So any other comments?
Well, I just want to thank everybody who commented, people on remote. It's again hard to follow. I believe it was Blaine Bradshaw, Commissioner Hinkle, and I think it was Billy, if I'm correct. I want to thank Blaine for his comments. And I still think that somebody from the medical center should also be involved here, since it does involve them as far as emergencies are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. With that being said, motion for adjournment,
I move to adjourn.
Second.
all in favor?
No,
All right, thanks, everybody.
You know, information on Life Flight could be linked on our website.
I'll add it.
Thanks, Chad.
Thanks. Have a good day.
Alrighty, so we will move on to the Board of Minutes.
I move to accept the board minutes from last week.
I'll second it.
Any public comment on these? These none, all in favor?
Sorry.
Alright, we're in the monthly carrying pass, we're in the correspondence. The first one's from Teresa Scalone. Report comments by July 19th on the end of the DP restoration plan funding allocation to Rock and Flint Creeks. And Crowd Unlimited. Next one's from Ed McLean. Oh, it's on the hydrodynamics, attention, Weather Kirk or Ben Singer. Billing for mediation on Granite County versus hydrodynamics. So charging us 30 hours for a total of 9,000 divided by 2 equals 4,500. And the reason for this delay in billing was I hope to get some water from Butte Silver Bowl later in the summer. However, I went to Georgia and saw the gate open when we go down through the, instead of through the plant. It's always been going through the plant. I realize that parties are not going to reach a mutual understanding. Please, it really make no sense.
So I talked to him on the phone and also told him that that they can only do 45 through the pipe, so that there's no contention right now with Flint Creek Hydro. It's my understanding, talking to Billy, that he did not bill for the last couple times he was into a mediation, but the commission then had told him that the negotiations and his work with on Silver Lake issues would not be part of the mediation. Yeah, so that 30 hours in those last 2 visits were because he doesn't itemize it.
Yeah, before I submit this and that, I'd read it has to be itemized, because why would we pay about Silver Lake? And we told him if he's gonna do that and talk to Butte, they can do that on his own.
So
You
what's
send
the-
him a letter or something on item minutes to understand what's even. What's what?
Okay. You want me to send him an email?
Yeah, that's right, part of that, please. The next one's from USDA on the site management plan for Rumsey Mountain Communication Sites. They're having an on-site at August 17th, 2023, between 10:30 and 1:30. There's some permits and stuff up there. Next one's from John Carl Boone.
I'm not certain.
Anyway. He's offering EMT courses around the state and need them to travel to an area. If we get a bid for the entire course, he's out of advanced EMT lead instructor.
I invited him to come in at 1, and so he'll be joining you guys on Zoom.
The next one's from Kristen House, and she's a handful of people with medical background that would be interested in EMS that have not done EMS training for certificates.
I also invited her to come in at 1.
Next one's for Gary Graham. Quite sure on this EMS system manager, chronic disease prevention, health promotion bureau.
I think you guys were copied on our response that somebody had questions about the QRU in Georgetown Lake. Was my understanding on that one?
And the next one's on the Forest Service news release, Granite Creek Road, Forest Service Road number 9942, a closure expected to begin on July 17th. Any comments on the correspondence? Being none, we'll go ahead into public comment. Do we have any public comment? Public comment? Tom Rule?
Oh, I thought it was Forest, you were still talking about Forest Service stuff. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
State your name and what.
Tom Rue, Paul, working on, recording a plat down valley. It's a little bit time sensitive. I was trying to see if I could appeal to the commission to put their signatures on it, so requiring some other signatures. We have a piece of road that's being finalized on it. I've got to present some stuff to Linda, but in the interest of time, rather than getting on a schedule, I was wondering if you would consider putting commissioners' signatures on it now. And then when we get the balance of it, recording such.
Linda's good with this.
She is, and I just spoke to her about it. I told her I was coming in to do so, but she's also, I mean, she is our planner, so I mean, administratively, she makes sure that there's total compliance. I can't record it without everything being there, even with its signatures. I mean, that's part of her position. So it's
Yeah, I'm okay with it, Blaine.
Yeah, I have no issue with it as long as it's not recorded.
It's not gonna get recorded until she says so.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and that's in the minutes.
Yeah.
It is now. Would you be comfortable with that?
I'm
Okay.
okay with it.
Thank you. How about down here?
Is this okay to do during the public comment?
Up to the chair.
I think it is. I don't see problems. Linda's good with it in the county process. She okay with it. So,
This was approved like
This
a
has
few
been,
weeks ago, right on the record.
this has been
Yeah.
approved, finally approved by you guys, probably 8 weeks ago.
Yeah.
This is an administrative matter to get the signatures from you, and what I was trying to do, so you're aware, does not get on a schedule and come back and do it. I wanted to do it while it was convenient.
Go ahead, Elena.
Sorry.
You know,
Thank you. Just point of clarification on what you're doing. You're signing something. And Tom, you're representing the planning board
No,
with this?
no, I'm representing myself. This is a project that I did with my family.
I don't understand
Personal
it.
business.
Is there a copy of this somewhere that we can see it? I mean,
Yes, this is, Linda has copies, Sarah has copies. This copy is sitting in front of the clerk and recorder until it gets recorded. And there are copies of this that have been in the county for the last 6 months as it's gone through the planning board process. And it was formally approved by the planning board probably in February, and I think that this board moved on it in April or May.
and it was never signed by the commissioner since February?
No, it was signed, the motion to approve it was signed by the commissioners, but this is the actual plat, which requires their signature as well. The actual plat requires about 7 different signatures, of which 3 are the commissioners.
Hey, thank you. And just a comment, again, public comment is for the public and not for any elected officials or anybody like that to make a comment. It's public. That's why I wanted the clarification from Tom Rue. Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess to clarify, I signed in as Tom Rue. I did not sign in as a planning board member, and this has no influence. There's nothing representing the planning board today. It's my own business, our own business.
I disagree that if the chair allows time for a public official to come in during the time, that's the chair's absolute call on that.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Thank you. I think of timing. Thank you. Appreciate it.
If I may make a comment, I think that with it okay being able to sign this, there's kind of a time crunch here. We only meet once a week and he's waiting on something. Knowing Tom Rue, he's in this business. He's done minor subdivisions and subdivisions. So I felt it perfectly safe to sign off on that we've already approved months ago.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Can I make a comment? May I make a comment? And this is just on the meeting that we had at the museum last week with the Department of Revenue. And it was met with lots of people. I tried to explain the best I could on the procedure that the commissioners have with setting levies. And there were some questions after the fact that because of my disability on hearing, I couldn't really hear some of the questions, and it was so noisy that we couldn't really understand them. But here's a statement to the public, is that if you have any questions, you can always call the clerk and recorder's office, because Sarah Graham, who is the clerk and recorder, is the one that does all the grunt work for the commission before we set levies. And there was one comment, mill rates, that people didn't understand, and it made it sound like we set the rate, but the only thing that the commission does, and that is after we do the spreadsheet coming from the Department of Administration, is after that spreadsheet, it allows us so many meals for that particular fund, and we set what is allowed from the spreadsheet. And that's what the mill rate is.
It's a statutory structure. It's the state, in the state of Montana. It's not Granite County.
I thought you did a good job too, this a while back. Alrighty,
There's a, you have one more public comment from Elena.
go ahead, Elena.
Thank you. For the record, Elena Gagliano, and I want to thank you, Commissioner McClure, for being there and doing a good job. And I think it should be an agenda item as a report from you as a commissioner, not just a public comment. Maybe more people would be questioning it or commenting on it if it was on the agenda. Again, Blanche, I think you did an excellent job. I want to thank you. Unfortunately, 2 other commissioners weren't there. I thought it was surprising, but thank you.
Careful, Elena, I was there, I left early, so
Sorry about that.
don't be,
Thanks.
not for sure. All right, we're gonna move on to weekly report. With the road and bridge, Paul Alt's not in this morning due to the fact that a water truck broke his spring and he was running to town to get it so they keep it going with the graders.
So can we give him a call?
Yeah, he said he'd be on the phone. For 37.
370.
Cause I couldn't get through to his, that's. The county phone, I don't know.
Is that long distance?
She told me not to call that one.
Everything has to be 406 now.
I know, but if you have to do a one,
This is his personal one, cause that county phone, that 5590640, it's not going through. We'll start.
The number you have dialed has not been recognized.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with that other phone, but.
oh,
Hey, Paul, Chuck's got some questions. We're on this, bring up road stuff.
Yeah, Paul Chuck, on the contract for road blading. We fooled around long enough for it, I'm concerned, and I think we gotta get it in the paper, so I recommend that we. Advertise for a hourly rate. Of doing road blading, ditch cleaning, and culvert cleaning. And if we can get some bids on that, so they can go and put in there the granite road has to be done immediately. And we might use that person for other roads if something comes up.
So what Granite Road is, it's 3 miles.
It's 3 miles.
It's 3 miles, yeah, and I think all the culverts can be cleaned. It look, one possibly may have to be replaced. But it looks like they're all cleanable.
Cleanable.
You know,
Yeah.
it's still intact.
Right, okay. So what do you think about that? Or do you want to just do the Granite Road 3 miles, ditch cleaning and for just a total bid for that or what?
I think so, yeah. I think just bid it for 3 miles and then, you know, it's just hard to say, you know, how much material you want to put on it.
I don't think we're gonna put any material on it. I wouldn't. You know, we're just gonna blade out the ruts and, you know, that, putting material on it, that's another project for them.
And that's exactly right, as far as I'm concerned, it is too. I think if we just put in the paper 3 miles of road ditch cleaning. That ditch cleaning goes with culvert cleaning, you know.
Yeah, they know that.
Yeah. Just, you can put open some culverts up and ditch cleaning and blade 3 miles of road up Granite Road. Would be all needed to say, I think.
Okay, then would we put that in for 2 weeks or could we do a week?
Yeah,
You can
It's,
put it-
it put in one, it could put in 1 week because it's not over 80,000, but generally you do it 2.
I guess it's put it in until we get somebody to apply. Otherwise, you know, I mean, we'll be right back to where we're at and try and find somebody. I know everybody's busy, so that's, I just put it in until we could find somebody starting this week.
So the paper would probably, they'd need to know what we wanted, so maybe say at least 2 weeks in your motion.
Yeah.
I also like the idea of saying the 3 miles of granite road, because if you just bid out hourly and they don't know what kind of work it, what, yeah, if it's in another
And I
location.
guess Paul can go with them with what, and if we maybe have a show me day or something, in case somebody wants to go and find out, because it's kind of hard to be if we don't know for sure what they're gonna do. So,
I was just, what, no matter what day it was, a weekend or whatever, if somebody's interested in doing that. I got no problem showing them whenever.
We could
Do
put
you know of
that,
anybody that would do that? I know 1, 2, maybe 3.
Maybe Doug Benson,
Does he blade roads?
he does, maybe Doug Benson, maybe John Grossbold, he may do it.
So there's more than I
Yeah,
think.
so that was gonna be my question is, can we reach out to local people? Because they might not read the paper. And,
I think for sure.
okay,
I just say if you do that, reach out to all the ones that
All
would do, that would potentially do it.
Right. Okay, I'll make that motion then we advertise it for 2 weeks. 3 miles, bit clean, over clean.
Grading.
Huh?
Grading,
Yeah.
grading, ditch
Grading,
cleaning,
and done immediately, granite road cannot wait.
I'll second it. Do you have any other questions?
oh, great, public comment, oh, Lane.
do you want a completion date put in the notice? Like within like 30 days, or do you want it faster than that?
I think that they need to look at it first because it might take.
Yeah.
I
We're
think we
jumping
can
ahead
put
of
it
ourselves until they. look at it,
Completion date to
see
be agreed.
really how-
Yeah.
Yeah. So all in favor?
So Paul, I have a question. How's the blading coming?
Pretty good.
Okay.
We're all right along, magging. And we're just doing it all at once, you know, blade and magging. We're rolling along. Hopefully by the end of this week, we'll have everything all done on the Rock Creek side. As far as Middle Fork, the ranch of Rock Creek, the Rock Creek all the way down past Marletto's is completed. And starting to move across the valley. But they were the worst roads.
Okay.
And the longest, but
Okay,
it's going along.
yeah, we got an email or something I read, the guy from Hilltop Lane. Wants you to go in there and blade, that's private road, right?
Yeah, it's private road, yeah.
I mean, these people don't understand. What I don't get it. Cause,
I mean, Edwards Track, just for an example, Edwards Track is not too far from there. And they just hired John Grossbold to go blade theirs. Now they want us to go mag it, and I told them that I could figure out a price for magging it, but we don't do that. Because it's not our road, we can't just go mag a road that's not ours.
right,
And Hilltop is the same thing, they need to hire contractors, it's not our road.
yeah, I know. So,
And
yeah,
Someone had a question on doing like a special improvement district for road maintenance, and I would strongly advise against that. That should be homeowners associations formed instead of that's my advice, is to
Yeah.
special
try to-
improvement district,
for road maintenance for like up Edwards.
the private roads.
Oh, that was in your correspondence
I mean,
last week.
It could potentially be done, but it's just Mako
Wouldn't you have to
advised
have
against it. I do as well.
an election from that district to organize a special improvement district?
It could be done by public hearing process through the commission, but I advise you guys against that. That's a
We've
can of
talked
worms.
about that before.
Yeah. It should be done, I believe, through forming a homeowners association and they take care of the roads.
Okay.
One more question. Is the chip seal on schedule or?
It is. It sounds like it's going to be the first week of August.
Okay. You know, I think some of them soft spots are pretty hard underneath. I got out and jumped on them.
Yeah, we gotta get it swept off.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, they are on target, so that's good.
And you figure a week or longer before you get down lower valley?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
this is.
Did you get Rumsey?
Not yet, but we'll be starting on Rumsey on Monday.
Okay. And how about Travelers Home?
Travelers isn't too bad,
Okay,
but after we do Rumsey, then we'll go to Travelers.
okay.
Yeah, Travelers is actually in pretty good shape.
Yeah, I keep missing it. Forgetting to drive up there.
Alrighty, on that note, we're gonna talk about the policy on road signage. The only thing I didn't like here is, well, it's not that I didn't like it, it says all non-regular maintained county roads must have signs. I don't know if we wanted to have that, because I mean, there's some roads that we don't maintain, I mean, we have to go through the whole county to put signs on.
What number are you looking at up deep when you're,
Number 2, Blaine.
all right,
I don't think we need to have it all, because there's so many roads that we don't.
yeah, that was,
Shoot them all
yeah,
I know, I'm just saying, Paul, that I don't think we need to try to go out and put signs on every road.
I don't think so either, because they'll just shoot them all up anyway.
That's just my.
well, and they do have the exception where there's repeated vandalism.
But we
I,
never
yeah,
catch it.
I would think on the more major roads that aren't, then I would, but where they, having a policy and then you don't follow through their policy, then that's, and that could be negligence
Everything, I just
too, I
didn't
mean,
wanna have it saying that we was gonna go put signs on, but.
Yeah.
That's all I was thinking, it sounds like, to me.
you just want 2 removed.
I- And then, I mean, yeah, you guys all right with that? What?
Yeah.
Oh,
So you want to take away 2?
well, just that I didn't want to, it says a have signage posted. I just didn't want to go out and start trying to post every darn road that we have. And
Oh, so you're okay with the rest of it? Yeah,
Well,
I'm okay with that.
what do you mean the rest of it?
2. You want to get rid of all of 2?
Well, I guess all I'm trying to say is that I don't think we can go and put signs on every road because they're in good class. We've tried this before and it's costing, they're just, they're shot up and I mean. I don't know how to.
Yeah, I guess if it didn't must have it. Okay,
Is there any way you can like rewrite that? Number 2.
Yeah, we can say what you guys, what the commission wants to say here.
Where you're not all and must,
Take them out.
and. Cause like you said, all county roads aren't even maintained.
you gotta take away the all and the must.
Non-regulated maintained roads be. That might,
Could be found, could be posted.
I guess-
Maybe posted.
made,
I just know that we put them up, they're gone within a week.
I think if you have a may in there, I just remove.
So-
Yeah.
So I got rid of all, so it just says non-regularly maintained county roads may. Have signage posted.
I'd say get rid of 2.
Or all non-regularly maintained county roads that are regularly used by tourists must have a. That's the point, people that don't know about them, but
cause there is signage on a lot of the non-regularly.
Yeah,
yeah,
they're shot up already.
So, and some roads that are county roads are sitting off obscurely, not being maintained and.
Yeah, I just didn't want to try to go out and try to put signs on every road, that's all I'm saying.
No.
Put them where we can and, go from there. Is that right, Paul?
No, that sounds good to me.
Otherwise, like you said, we put them other ones up and they were shot and stolen and just. Money after money.
Okay, then what you're saying, say something like, as determined by the Granite County Commission. Certain non-regularly maintained county roads will have signage notified.
You guys have a comment?
Yeah, I've got a couple for this issue, but I want to let y'all.
Oh, come on up, Ron. Go ahead, come up. State your name and. Please.
Jim Baquet, local resident and concerned public citizen. Let me preface this, I'm really not trying to just be a thorn in you guys' rear. I'm trying to understand this. I appreciate the fact that you looked at some of my concerns when you first brought this up and tried to address them. But I'm still a little bit confused with what is signage? What do you all consider signage? Is that just a metal pole with the official sign that you can find on the Montana Department of Highway type thing, or is that?
It's like the ones we have out there, says non-maintained road. There's some down in the lower end and some up here, they're just a little ones.
But as written, it would be any sign.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta take the name back, that's right, but go ahead.
Well, I'm not sure, I'm not just gonna say it.
I'm gonna leave it, that's why I'm with you, ladies first, and we'll
Can she state her name?
Yeah.
Okay, my name's Carol Buckhay. What I was wondering, when you said the signage and you said any. Like, is that the addresses? Like, we passed some, we walked and they have things like. 305 Stewart Lake Road or something like that. Is that considered signage? When you say any? What?
Under this policy, as is, it would be. 6 was trying to get at that where it says previously erected according to county regulation. People just putting up signs, that may not have been approved by the county commission. And that they would potentially be out of compliance here. I'm not sure the specific signage you're talking about, but if it's ones the county had known
So you're
about.
saying street signs? I don't.
Well, they're not really street signs. They're just saying, I live here and this is my address.
It's like the Antonellis, I'm sorry, Jim Baquet. The Antonellis, right, the two right past the non-maintained sign going up Stewart Lake. Both of those new houses put up a real nice ornamental thing saying the Antonellis, and the other one put something else, and the guy by the water tower's got a big sign that's right off the road.
Those
I'm
are,
trying to figure out, is that stuff that is gonna be under the confines of this policy here?
Are they sitting on the county roads?
Pretty much, they're within the county road right away.
Yeah, this
but they're not
talking
their
about.
roads, I think, they're driveways, aren't they?
They're their address.
Yeah, they're addresses. But there's also just like,
They're on, but they'd be on, might be in the county right away, but it would be on their driveway, in my opinion.
On their property.
That's where they are, Chuck.
Yeah, I mean, so
So,
we wouldn't care about those.
okay, well, I was just wondering because ours was sitting up there, so ours would be the same thing. So that's all I was trying to clarify, so.
What this comes down to is a whole big deal over this trying to get something done is that. The signs we keep putting up are getting shot and tore down, and we're trying to get something in policy that we can actually do something about. And it come from down, I brought the attention, it come from up towards government, and they just keep, they want more signs and. We're done putting them up.
All right, if I understand this correctly, it is. For the signs when people are driving on a non-maintained road and go forward at your own risk. It's not signs willy-nilly.
So
Exactly.
some people were going up to Bear Gulch and saying, oh, you guys didn't let us know that was
That's,
it was such a bad road. We're going up to Garnett, and people had taken them down. Yeah, I don't think the intent is for these addressing
Right,
signs
no,
to,
yeah.
we could potentially say existing and addressing signs are exempted. I mean,
Okay.
if you want, I mean, that.
So it's I'm sorry to interrupt you, Blake, but is it
That's all right.
mainly like, speed and maintain roads or, something like that, stop signs? That's what you're mainly talking about when you say this, for the signage.
We're not really
Is that-
talking about the people, because it's not really happening to the people's driveway signs. I'm just saying that it's happening up there towards Garnet. It gets tired of putting up signs. It's
Right.
taxpayers' money every time they put them up.
We also
And
have,
the gate stuff.
up Georgetown, people put speed limit signs
Yeah.
just on their own.
But
and
I'm
that-
never
that-
getting into
Okay, so that's the signage that you're speaking of, when you say you want to stop that type of.
We could say addressing signage is exempted from this policy. Cause that wasn't you guys' intent to, I don't think to, I mean,
I don't know, the people gotta know what they're with. I wasn't
Yeah.
into that.
Yeah.
I guess the wording any is what got me.
Yeah.
Because now that just lumps it all,
Yeah.
you have to go and,
Right.
oh, I didn't say you can have that, or that's grandfathered in, or a new house comes up and they can't put it up. Okay, that makes more
Yeah.
sense. Thank you,
Okay. So is
Also,
there
yeah.
anything else on this?
Jim, I interrupted you.
so having a 7 saying addressing signs, customary addressing signs are exempted from this policy.
So are they removing stop signs too? Is it?
Well, there's no stop signs up there. There's
Okay.
stop.
So,
Up
and-
Georgetown, there's some stop signs.
And
being
Rumsey,
removed. Yeah,
Rumsey, so, I mean, you're gonna get so,
yeah, it's, I can see where you're coming from and it's kind of like,
going too broad.
and I understood that this was mainly for like non-maintained roads and especially like going up Stewart Lake, how horrendous that road is, proceed at your own risk type thing. It's non-maintained.
So that would be number 2, having a, and maybe you should have a, I mean, just saying that in your discretion you can do it, but there should be a standard probably of when you have it done.
Would it be possible to, instead of trying to say this doesn't count, if you've got really a narrow view of what you're wanting this to apply to just make a list that says this applies to speed limit signs, and you could even put
Yeah.
something like et cetera at the end of it, to kind of cover all, but I'm trying to do what's right. I've got a sign that I put up that says, please don't litter. And the BLM lady said she appreciated me putting that up. It's on the county force right away. It's only about 5 feet maybe off of the road. And my understanding was that was acceptable and legal for me to do that. But from reading this, I would say it's not, because it's not a.
well, I wasn't trying to make this a big deal. I just tired of we're spending so much money on signage and we keep putting them up. And they're not, they just gone.
Technically speaking, any encroachment upon the right of way, the county controls. But your point is, you guys aren't wanting to be dictators, you're just wanting, you want to be reasonable. It's kind of working on customary,
Just so we
what's
have
customary
something,
ways been done.
a policy that if we did, this way, maybe it was.
So this needs further,
Yeah, I need to
Yeah,
put it back on the agenda for next week,
Yeah.
so we can move on.
You have
Thank you.
another public comment online?
Well, go ahead, Elena.
Thank you. I think all your points are good that you're making. This is very vague. And it should be a little bit more clarification to it. Especially number 4, applicable laws and ordinances. Why aren't they noted what the applicable laws and ordinances are? And also it says adopted by the Board of Granite County Commissioners, plural. I think all 3 of you should sign this, not just the chair. And one other thing, it wouldn't be clearer if you also attach the map of what the county roads are or what are not maintained. So this way people have a point of reference when they look at this. So those are my suggestions. Thank you.
All right, we're moving on with this. We're gonna put it on for the agenda. There's more.
Why are they moving on? It's 10:08.
Excuse me, Paul, we need Paul still on here.
Uh,
Paul is still on here.
just on that gate, time we found out that's Forest Service gate and that's theirs. They gotta do that.
I have a question for Paul.
Okey dokey then.
Oh, just a second, you got it. There's a public question here for you.
It's Carol Buckhay. What I wanted to ask him is, my understanding is the water line that runs down Stewart Lake Road is city, right? Okay, so
Correct.
between the shooting range and Charles's cabin that's on past us, the water line is busted and it's just washing out the road. And I mean, there are huge holes in the one side. Someone coming down that is gonna really get hurt bad. So I'm not asking, will you fix this? Because I know it's not maintained, but can you help get them to fix their line or
Have you
make
talked
them
to
aware of
them?
it?
Have you talked to them?
No, I wasn't sure because who to go to first? Do I tell y'all that it's messing up our county road or do I? How does it work?
Go ahead, Paul.
Is the water line broke right above the shooting range?
It's on past that.
I'll call a city right now and have somebody go up there and take care of it.
Okay,
If anything we see that broke, they don't know it's broke, and if you call them, they usually get right away up there and fix it.
all right. There was like two places it was bubbling out, but the one is just running like a stream.
How long has it been doing that?
Well, I've only been here 3 days, but
Since May.
Jim's been here since May. So
How long?
he said he's been here since May and he's seen it, Jim has,
Since May?
yeah.
Yeah, you gotta notify them because we don't know nothing about the water line. We don't touch it.
Okay.
So
So
Paul said he would, so.
That's
we'll have
gonna handle
Paul
that.
notify him.
And as for those big old holes that it's created, is the city responsible to get those big holes? I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect, but that is a hazard bad. What, Paul, if you're going up there, you'll see what I'm saying, I'm talking about.
Yes, if they're,
I'll get over to the city now and have them go out.
Okay, great, thank you.
Do that.
Any other comments there? Beans none, the solid waste, anything on solid waste? I had a public comment, somebody went up there and their dump was full. They had a dump in front of the compactor and there was a couple dead animals laying there. They're supposed to send some pictures.
Never heard about no dump animals there.
Okay, well, I'll get that stuff and send it to you as soon as I get it. They called me yesterday. I thought I'd have them today and I don't have them yet. I just kept.
Wonder what kind of animal.
They thought one was a sheep and one was a dog.
Huh.
But they said the compactor was so full that they had, that whoever was in there before them, everything's laid out there just because the compactor was full. And you know, it was just, it's a busy time of year. I'm not saying that, I get it.
Yeah,
I'll make sure.
waiting for BFI to come, or waiting for that guy to come and take it, man.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just though,
Yeah.
as soon as I get the pictures and that, then.
So does the dump take dead animals?
No,
No.
So why wasn't the attendant there to?
Well, this, you know, until I get proof, I just
Yeah.
wanted to bring it, because they said they were gonna have it here this morning, I haven't got it yet.
This is drone?
Yes. So I'll just wait till I get more on that. I guess then just, we'll have to keep notifying the people down the lower valley that we're coming. I mean, I had 3 calls this morning, I keep telling them in a week, but.
yeah, I talked to, I don't know how many people, let them know what the deal is. So,
And I guess everybody's saying, well, if we come in and if we say, well, we're not getting what we're paying our taxes for. It seems like Georgetown come in and said that and they're getting it done. And so now they're, you know how everybody is now, they're starting to, I got that all morning. They said, well, we pay taxes too, and we're not getting nothing.
yeah,
I'm just telling you what it's coming.
oh, I get it on my email, the phone every single day,
Mine
7 days a week.
I do, I'm just telling you. So, all righty, well, that's about all we have for.
oh, that MOU with Town of Drummond could probably be put on in 2 weeks. I think they're gonna be discussing their town council meeting next week.
Yeah, that's not on you.
So, yeah, just,
For the solid waste.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, thank you guys. We'll talk to you later. That's it.
Okay, thanks, Paul.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
All righty, well, we'll go ahead into the dam tenders report. Georgetown Lake outflow, it's down there in front of the shop.
Yeah, looks like we're doing pretty good. So I make a motion to stay the same.
So we're doing 30, right?
Yeah.
And staying full.
I'll entertain a motion.
I don't see a dam report in there though.
I didn't get one today. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna call him.
Remember he said he was gonna try to, when we were up there the other day, he was gonna try to do that other one with it, and he said something about trying to get two of them there to us, so I don't.
Okay. Yeah, I'll follow up with him.
Oh, and on the, we need to check in to see if we can hire the dam tender as a contractor. He has all the equipment and everything to go up and weld and do that stuff, but he'd have to give us a bid on it. He just can't go up there with his stuff for $17 an hour. And I said, oh, hell, no, we didn't need
No,
that.
no.
I think we're all good. But I need Blaine to look and see where he's a dam tender, that he has all the equipment, he knows what has to be done, if we could hire him as a contractor. And he said, well, I'll treat you really fair. I said, well, you still gotta make money.
so. That'd be a commission decision on whether you hire him as a contractor or not. The issue is if you're
Yes.
basically on the direct supervision of the commission and using county equipment and so forth, then you're not, I mean, by definition, you're not an independent contractor. If you're gonna do an independent contractor, he does that, then he want him to have his independent
He does.
contractor exemption and insurance.
He has all that, and he said he could get it, maybe that's the papers he's talking about there. I said we need to have, but he has his own copies, everything, because he's a contractor, but. I'm just feeling we don't need to go out and try to find somebody else when he was up there with us and he knows exactly what Kareem was talking, and it sure saved us a lot of money.
This is with
Jared,
okay.
and then he knows him Gates and I just think it's the best route.
Is the issue the amount of wages he's making, or what's the
Well,
issue?
I'm not gonna have him haul his own stuff up there and then for $17, you can't take your own well
Well,
up there.
Okay,
If he's gonna contract out for this needs to get done, we need a contractor to do it. He's contracting out, it would be his own equipment,
Exactly.
and it would be at his contract that he would request.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have anything to do with his employment as the dam.
okay, so, I thought you meant some of the duties as dam
No,
tender.
no,
No,
no.
okay.
Cause either. He said he'd do them and then he got,
And as a contractor, he should be able to put in his bid. He sees the job, he's right there and does it. I don't know, we would put it out there for bid, or does it have to, we know it has to be done? He's a contractor,
I thought we could just have him bid.
yeah,
that's why,
Yeah.
that's what he and I
Can
Not
talked.
be that much.
But I just wanted to make sure that we weren't doing it wrong, being he's already the tender, but we definitely want him to do it, cause he was there and he knows what he's doing. And there's like a handhold and couple break, put up 2 new gates and that zone that we have.
well, we just have someone, excuse my, floating around the courthouse looking for jobs to do, so. I think if you see something. We saw it, we know it has to be done.
This is
So we
something,
it'd be the same thing.
So I just wanna make sure we.
I just have it on the agenda to get an agreement with them.
Yeah, just have him put his bid in, we can put it on next week, just have him tell us what it's gonna cost. And move it
Yeah.
there, 'cause, I mean, this is we have to.
We're
get
gonna get it done quick. So.
Well, yeah, I think it should be on the agenda next week
Okay.
to get it done, and if he has the available,
He can
and
do
if
it.
it's not exceeding,
So the 80,000 is a statutory, anything over 80,000, but the county commission has a, you have their policy on procurement policy, which says you get 3 bids, but you can waive that, and they,
I think we have to waive this
Yeah,
one due
if
to the
you're-
fact that he was there with the main guy and was told how to do a couple things and.
And it has to be done right away.
yeah.
So
That's,
I just put it on agenda, the discussion decision, and that way we can get him going on, because that barometer has to be done.
Yeah.
If it blocks up, somebody hits it,
Yeah.
we're roughing that top on. I just, do we have to put it on again, or can we give him the okay to get it done? I mean, we're in a bind. If we wait another week and there's much traffic, they're gonna hit that barometer, and you know, and I both know, you bust that tube off, that's thousands of dollars.
I have his independent contractor exemption and his insurance certificate.
We can have Billy reach out to him, he has it all, he said he's got, you know, cause he is a contractor.
If it's,
I just.
if it's an emergency, it's an emergency.
I just soon make a motion, let him go ahead and at least get the barometer fixed and then, you know, go over the gates and.
Well, we don't know how much he bid.
You know, I'm not sure, sir, barometer. He said he agreed with really good.
Yeah, I think in your motion, you could get, say that's an emergency, and then, but, might want to talk about what his hourly rate is, you know, or what do you do it for?
Will you make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we go ahead and let him get that, hire him to get that barometer fixed right away, and then. So he can do it this week, and then next Tuesday we can put it on the agenda for the rest of the stuff and what hourly it costs to do the gates and the hand and a couple of paint and other stuff. And that's usually all of his own equipment.
Yeah.
He's just.
Should he tell you his bid? So we know it's reasonable before it goes up this week?
On that barometer?
Yeah.
I don't know who else we're gonna get to fix it. I'm just scared we break it off.
Yeah.
I mean, we can call him right now and ask him when he's charged to do it. I guess a
Or you
lot
can-
of times I don't like that, cause then somebody, well, I can do it for this. You know, but where he was there, he knows what we have to do, otherwise it's gonna cost more, go back up there and look at it over and try to figure out, show somebody else. No, I guess we need to get out there.
You can say at a reasonable and customary rate. That work in your motion?
Yeah.
All right,
So that's in your motion. Well, I second it then.
Any public comment? All in favor?
No, Elaine was one.
Go ahead, Elena.
Thank you for the record. I'm not clear. Did you say a piece of equipment is broken? There's also no dam report from the dam tender? Because on the agenda, that's all he was supposed to do. Why is it an emergency? He's been doing this all along. Without an emergency. If it was an emergency, why isn't he here? And I still think that it should be 3 bids are open for what you're gonna do. I don't see why it's an emergency.
Were you there?
Go ahead, Blanche.
Okay, so we were with FERC inspecting the dam on Thursday.
Yep.
We went through the whole motion. There is a thing in the road that needs to be fixed, and it has to be fixed. And it isn't the dam tender's responsibility to fix it. And so the dam tender just happens to be a contractor, and he said that he could. And so according to Blaine, we don't have to get 3 bids as long as it's reasonable.
the basis for that waiving the 3 bids is when you have, there's no one else can do it, or it's an
Yeah.
emergency type
Yeah.
deal, or something of that nature. You're just trying, the piezometer is key on, you gotta have that. I mean, it's a safety issue.
And this sits right in the middle of the road, and when it rains, water gets in it, and it needs to be fixed because the
Rivets.
thing, yeah, it comes out and comes apart, and it shouldn't be.
Somebody's gonna hit it, it's gonna flip the top off that, and then somebody's gonna come along and there's a tube, a pipe or whatever, it comes up right there. And if that breaks off, then we got big problems.
And the thing about it is, we're saying it's emergency now, cause Burke was standing right there with us, and. We just noticed it, and just that one thing wasn't, it was shiny, and it just, the other two rivets look like they've been broke. But that's that's not number two, number one's the main one. But this one, it just has to, we shouldn't have to sit there and try to explain everybody
No.
that this is.
We were there with Bert, all three of us. Come on.
It's just, we're gonna fix it.
So the motion just the pizzometer right now, and then the others will be. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. This is one other clarification. So you're talking about the meeting you had up at the dam with FERC on July 13th.
Thursday.
This is the 18th, and I see the minutes, the board minutes in July 13th, the minutes for that. Was that what you were talking about? Again, we don't have a copy of the draft of the minutes, so we don't know exactly what took place. I'm sorry. And so that's what was the clarification on that. Thank you.
All right.
The people, the public.
We have a second, any public?
I'll
All in
second it.
favor?
Or do you already second it?
Yeah.
I did.
Who seconded it? Oh, let's get the keys here.
Motion been carried and passed, we're moving on.
Did you,
Get a hold, Jared.
I can, you guys never finished motioning on the outflow. You had a first and a second, I think.
Leave at 30.
Leave it at 30.
I,
Yeah,
at 30, yes.
that's a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion been carried and passed. All righty, well, we're gonna move on. We're into the map. We're all seeking Northwestern Energy easement from the county building off of McKenzie Street. Discussion decision. Was he coming in?
Yep, he's going to come in and
We'll wait
me and
for him.
Linda talked about it a little bit and
We'll wait
he
for him
needs
to
a-
come in. We need
yeah.
to talk to him about a couple of these other accesses that they've done. They've never gone back and put a pavement over those.
he doesn't work for Northwestern Energy. He owns property down in Mackenzie Court and he's seeking a Northwestern Energy power easement off of a county building. I'm a little confused. He's gonna come in and
All
explain
right,
it.
we'll wait for him.
Yeah.
What's the base for? Go ahead, Elena. What was the base for?
The what?
Okay, thank you. For the record, the time, I don't know how your clock is, but it was 10:25. This agenda item is 10:30. Maybe that's why he's not here. Now, I was interrupted while I was talking. Again, it's 10, now it is 10:27. So, I'm sorry, don't interrupt me. It was public comment and I was in the middle of saying it. And then the chair decided, that's it, cuts me off and we're moving on. And it wasn't 10:30 yet. For the record, I want this noted on the record. Thank you.
Times given on agenda are approximate times meant for guidance to the public. And they ought to remain flexible, reasonable accommodation. So there. They're on everything. Are you Matt? Yeah, come on up. State your name and what's going on.
Yeah, so my name is Matt Farrell. My brothers and I have 3 acres on the other side of the town hill over there, and we wanted to request a utility easement from the county for Northwestern to be able to bring power off of a pole on your guys's property on the town hill there, down to our section.
It's inside the shop area up there.
No, I've got these if you want to look at them.
Yeah.
That's kind of further zoomed out, and that's a close up. The Duffy Hill, we have power at either here, I can't remember. I think it's this building, there's a Northwestern pole. And we want to bring it down the street to the section there.
Northwestern doesn't have the easements in place already then, huh?
I don't think unless there was some kind of,
Did you call Northwestern Energy?
yeah. Unless there's some historical deed in place, they're all basically,
What are you trying to get an easement off of? Power coming from Granite County's pole? Is that what you're asking
there's,
for?
Northwestern has a pole on county property.
So it's
And for
Granite
them to
County's
be able
pole,
to
right?
connect to that pole and put a pole on our property, we need the county's permission.
And it'd have to be, is it gonna be underground coming off the pole or you?
Kyle said you just have to look at it. I mean, if you guys can specify that, if you want it underground, then they can put it underground. If it doesn't matter and it's easier for them to go overhead. We would probably take, whatever the recommendation is, and then I think once we're on our property, everything.
How
will be
many other
underground
power
there.
is in there?
So is that the only way you can get it? They won't put a pole? Is that the most feasible way is coming off of?
The most feasible would have been the Rocking J Ranch, and they
They
did
said
some,
no.
yeah, because they did it with the Montana Power Company for that high transmission line, and I think they had a bad taste about it. So this is the easiest option, the secondary, and then the third one would be come through Cleveland Street through like 2 or 3 different properties, and
Would the
there's some sewer issues over there.
easement be from the county to Northwestern Energy or the county to you or the?
How does that work? I think it's the county to the property owner, and then Northwestern facilitates it. They have a in-house team that basically drafts that.
I don't know.
Who would draft the easement from the county to you? Does the Northwestern have? forms?
Northwestern has their boilerplate, and then
Okay.
maybe breaks in that, tweaks it if there's any kind of, specific requirements or anything like that.
Have we done this before?
I don't, since I'm a county attorney, but it's reasonable what he's saying. You guys may want to look at it and see if you want to require, if you're gonna allow it, which I don't think there's an issue there, but if you want to underground or above ground, and then ask Northwestern Energy to provide their draft easement so we can review it.
So where did it go here?
So the town.
As an
shop is on top
example.
of that hill, and.
There's a
it's
couple
all
houses
property, so
that-
there's these 2 metal buildings here. I think there's. a
Well,
pole
3
right
houses
here.
actually.
So basically
built
what
up
they
on
do
my
is,
property, and
probably put a pole.
my
and come
pole
under.
isn't my pole, it's
And then we cross the street.
Northwestern
to
Energy's,
ours,
but
and
it's
I think we
going
go under.
across
Oh,
my property.
So there's
And
3 acres. We want to do a long-term lease with the farmer
Sorry.
for 1 acre, and then in the future, probably extend this.
Hey, I'm trying to explain something.
Sorry about that.
What are you building there?
Pardon me?
What are you building?
I thought maybe a town pump would be fun. No.
Okay,
So the first acre would just be, oh, do you want to go?
okay.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
So the Montana Power, I keep wanting to call it Montana Power, Northwestern Energy said, it's going across your property. You can make them get permission from you to do it. Is what he told me, and I say, it's no big deal, but it really is starting to be a big deal, because from that same pole, there's like 2 different ones. Going across,
Yeah.
like the poles going, which in the air isn't your property, I know, but they said there was something.
I
See what I
think you,
I'm not sure.
if you own the land, you own the airspace above it. How far up, I'd have to research, but yeah, I think maybe better to do underground, but that'd be.
I'm fine with that.
That would be the commission's decision.
Well, are we opening up something where they can just start, we're gonna have to give everybody permission to use this stuff, or is this just, I guess I'm not sure.
He's using our pole, or coming across our land to his land.
This is to me, it would be a case by case basis. You're not opening up the floodgates, because I don't see it being used a lot, but definitely it's a case, looking at it on a case by case basis.
And the Northwestern Energy suggested this to you, apparently. Otherwise, it's gonna go, you're gonna be coming across 2 other separate pieces of property to get.
Yeah, and I know that there's already some sewer issues in there, and then there's like a lot of trees, it's like an older neighborhood, and it just seems like it would be more trouble. I haven't approached them.
Chuck's question is was the use of the land, if you don't mind, and
Absolutely, yeah, so it's 3 acres, so the acre on the south end, we want to do a long-term lease with the Moon River Ranch Farm. And then the other 2 acres in the future, if the sewer treatment pond gets the DEQ approval, we'd probably like to put some affordable housing in, just
So
extend that.
that Moon River, that's the ones that just applied for the permits and everything for the
Sorry,
Moon River out of Beaver Tail.
yeah, they're moving over here. They're not farming on their family property anymore.
Oh. I think there's,
So the immediate need would be for them to have power for their like
Okay,
refrigeration
what
system.
do you mean?
just thinking.
Well, what do you think?
I know, yeah.
we're talking,
I think we need to put this table for next week. There's some stuff that needs to be looked into and see. I do.
Yeah,
I
I,
guess all of a sudden something, I don't know. It's not against it, it's just, I don't know, there's something.
and probably having Northwestern Energy provide the draft document.
Yeah, we should have that progress and stuff, so we know exactly what we're agreeing to do and how they're doing it, and I mean, what's coming off there, and you're putting. Long-term lease, and that's for business of what kind and that, I mean, I guess I just need a little more info, my personal self.
I mean, the way this is read, it's seeking Northwestern Energy easement from a county building.
That's what, yeah.
So Northwestern would give the easement to you from us.
Correct, yeah.
See, I
Okay.
yeah. I think
Yeah.
that, I just don't
So-
table this myself, if you.
And
Yeah, also, I think one thing you can do is you could conditional upon use, I mean, what the use is for. That would be reasonable. So,
And
I
wouldn't,
mean-
wouldn't it be Northwestern Energy that would come in and talk to us seeking the easement?
no, I've seen it there lately, they've had private landowners.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, I guess
Yeah,
that's
they
just
shouldn't
stuff we
trouble it.
really need to know and understand, and if they could bring in next week something from them, I mean, we're just going by hearsay, not saying it's not true.
Yeah.
Don't get me
No,
wrong.
that's fair.
I just, cause right now, it's,
but what I'd say to the commission, if you guys want to limit what uses. You can put stipulations.
We
on
can
it.
do that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah,
I just, yeah, there's stuff
Reasonable
like
uses.
we need to look into, I just, like I said, that's in the table.
So it's his power, but he's coming off our pole, but we would.
grant the
want-
easement, yeah.
We'd want it buried.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is, we need a little more
Thank you.
documentation. on it.
Okay, if I can request a draft easement, is there anything else that I could bring back?
Just
That would answer
stuff from
questions.
them knowing, I
Yeah.
guess, and then maybe a better, just showing what, yeah.
The reason why and why, okay, why not?
Not
This-
trying to make a big deal out of it, I have art.
This is the most, basically the most cost-effective way of
Yeah,
getting it done. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, and I think it's the
Yeah.
cleanest,
Yeah.
like the
Okay.
most
Yeah.
direct route.
yeah, this is a little, we need a little bit more,
Okay, sounds
I
good.
appreciate it.
too short notice.
Yeah, I just kind of like,
So do you meet every Tuesday? Should I
Yeah.
come back Tuesday
Yeah,
at
you should.
10:30 again?
we'll put you on the agenda.
I will coordinate with you for a time.
Okay,
I will look at
sounds
it.
good.
Yeah.
All right,
Sounds
thank you for your
good.
time, that's fine, I appreciate it.
All right, thanks.
Take me out.
Can we go, we're gonna go off for a little bit on the. when it's not for,
Legal matter.
legal matter. Back on, we're off for just some legal advice. Southwest Regional Juvenile Detention Center, MOU, discussion decision. This is that right here, the Gallatin County,
Yep, you guys do this every year annually. It's for grant funding.
and you're the one that gets to sign it.
Oh,
I'd entertain a motion that we go ahead and. accept the Southwest Regional Juvenile Detention Center MOU.
Yeah, this is the
I'll second.
one.
Oh, you're entertaining a motion?
Yeah.
I'll make that motion. This is a yearly thing.
Yeah, I'll second. it.
Any public comment? There's none, all in favor?
Mm.
Motion carries pass. Okay, so the next one's a secure rural funds, a SRS funding discussion decision. This is that one where are they trying to take 25% of our SRS? Wait, do I understand that right? I'm trying to read that right. What do you think?
We gotta go with the SRS.
So. Keep it the same, it was like 80 and 20. If you don't do like you did prior, then it's gonna be 25%.
Right.
So we keep it 80-20, like we have. And this is
Yeah.
something, if Vicky's here, then
Want her to come over?
Sarah's gonna come in, I believe. Sarah did there was the training thing that they had sent out on the SRS update stuff and Sarah attended it. So she was gonna come in and give a brief update on this prior to doing a little budget session.
Well, you look
work
at
session.
am I reading this right? If we went to 25%, we get 175,000, and if we stay with the SRS full amount, we get 590, 82, or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, better have her come in and
Yeah, this is the thing.
I mean, there's no choice there.
seem like it's there.
Back in the day when you had 25%, that's when they were getting a lot of revenue in from logging and.
Yeah, so.
So
Go ahead, sir.
this is about the SRS.
Yes.
Okay, this is Sarah Graham, clerk and recorder. Okay, so I listened in, zoomed in on the meeting that they had a couple weeks ago about the SRS, and what it is that every year you need to decide, or I don't know, maybe it's for 10 years or something, but you need to decide about the SRS or the thing that it's, you get 25% and they average it out over 7 years and stuff, but we don't want to do that. You guys want to continue doing what you're doing, and so, and that's just it. I've gone back and forth with this guy. He's on vacation right now as to whether we need to actually fill out and he keeps saying that they do have our what we want. So he does have that information, and he's gonna be sending out something else for us to do the allocation part of it, which is the same.
Yeah,
I'm sure
which
what you
is
want to do,
80,
the
20, which it's
85.
always been.
Yeah, the 85, 8 and 7, whatever,
So. The full payment amount, I don't get it. Why wouldn't we want the full payment amount instead
So-
of rolling it for 7 years?
Right, I guess that there are some counties that, they don't have as much land for it, so they wouldn't be getting that huge amount, but they might have mineral stuff or other things that averages out to a lot more money. I forget what county he told me yesterday, said, it's a much better deal for them to do this other way. But
Right.
for our kind of county, we
Yes,
absolutely don't want to
stay
do
the
it.
full
We
amount.
want to stay.
Okay, yeah, because that's what I didn't understand. Why would we want to go into a payment plan?
Right.
And why would they take it? Because
Yeah.
you never know if it's coming,
Right,
Yeah,
right?
No guarantee.
Nobody
Right.
likes to talk about.
Yeah,
those
yeah,
before
yeah.
you-
this is where it's in the road fund, we get depending, one year we got 65,000. We were anticipating 400,000 and we only got 65,000. So this, I think we need
yeah,
to.
but then they made it up, I think the next year or the year after, they
Yeah,
did
then we
make it
got-
up, we
They made
got
up
it.
what,
Yeah.
But back then too, when you're talking about, I remember then they wanted to start doing this
Yeah.
stuff. Now they're coming back again on a payment plan, kind of like they hold your money. And then
And then last year it was, we've always done 80-20. And they said that if we didn't put in there how much we're 80, and I'm not
Right.
sure.
So what we have is the 85 for Title I. And then the 8% for Title II and the 7% for Title III. I think you have to do the 7%. It's.
That's what we've been doing.
Yeah, and that's what we've been
Yeah,
doing.
it's like 80-20.
Right.
And so they were gonna change it and it was not gonna be the same. There's gonna be less for, I can't even remember. Maybe it was
Right.
the road was getting less or some.
Or they
one
were
of them was
holding
getting
some
wrecked.
part out, yeah.
So what you're saying is. This is what we've been doing is the Title I, Title II, and Title III.
Right, and the 85% for the Title I, which I think is that the one that's split between the schools and the road. There's a certain percentage that goes, there's a whole nother form thing that we have to fill
Yeah.
out that Vicky gets. And
Yeah.
that part goes to the schools and part goes to the road.
It should stay like I said, what we've done.
And then
before.
Title III gets 7%. And then the 8% is Title II.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Anyway,
So-
which is what's been going on.
Is there something we have to sign or something to stay on what we're gonna?
Yeah, that's where I've been going back and forth with him, and he said the allocation form has not been sent, that will go after the 24th. But he sees that he already has our SRS FFR form. So I finally talked to him, he's on vacation. I think that just to make it clear, I will email him and say, yes, we want to continue with the 8587. And he said that would be fine because there's some form, he says it's embedded in one of the emails that Billy got and he tried to send it to me. I still am not seeing it. And so he said, but it's okay to just email this. And then there's going to be another part of it, the second part, which is the allocation part, which will be the 85, signing off on that needs to get to him, I think, August.
So, and then
So
if
he'll
you
be
go
sending that.
visit with Vicky, she can pull it, because she does that.
Yeah.
She's the one that allocates it. She's the one that splits it when she does.
Right, there's
Yeah,
a thing,
yeah.
yeah, so for the Forest Service, for doing this, we need to tell this guy Ralph with the state of Montana, all the counties have to tell him the way it is.
Yeah,
And
we
then
want the
he
full
works-
amount.
Yeah, and then he puts that all together from all of the counties, and then he sends that to we don't send it to them ourselves.
Yeah, we want the full amount. We don't want a 7-year rolling average.
Right, we want to do the SRS.
So when you're talking 80-20, you're talking this full amount thing.
No, when I'm talking 80-20, that's the allocation of this full amount. Yeah. Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Between the
So
three
that I
titles,
just mentioned.
yeah, between the three titles.
Yeah, we get the full amount and then there's 80-20 and that. Vicky's the one that does that and she does the. during
Right.
The budget period time, and so you might wanna check with her,
Yeah,
cause I'm not getting your 85% and 7 this.
You need to remember that we just had 80, and I would. And break it down,
yeah.
take 85%.
That is what we decided on last year, and that's what, and it has to do with states, whether you are getting somewhere between 300 and 500 or less than 300 or over 500, or over the 300, you have to do a certain amount into one of the titles.
So
So
and then-
that's what they,
And then so it might not be 80-20, whatever, it's 85 and what, 15?
yeah,
Okay.
so. Anyway, yeah.
So you do a motion then on the
I'd like to make a
80-20?
motion that we keep SRS full
Yeah.
payment amount and not do the 25% 7-year rolling average.
And that's second.
Public comment? Being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you,
Okay.
Sarah.
Thank
You're very welcome.
No, it's hard, I mean, I guess the way they say it matters.
And I'll tell you the emails that I've been going back and forth with Ralph, it's like, oh, are you sure you know our stuff? And then he said to make it not so confusing, they're doing it in 2 parts. So I think the first part was deciding whether you want the SRS or if you want the rolling one. And then the next part will be the allocation of your SRS, the 8500, which will be like it this week.
As long as you're here,
I'll
as
just,
long as you're here, we'll go ahead right into the preliminary budget work session.
Okay. Okay, I want to thank you guys for allowing me to do this. I really appreciate it. It's gonna help me immensely in preparing getting the budgets ready for you guys to look at. So I guess maybe first thing, so we're talking about the helping out the payroll from the LATCF monies. And I was trying to figure out how we could do it, the easiest way to do that. And I don't know, I think, yeah, she got you a copy of, so what I've done here is listed on the top. This is the total, what is it, gross and benefits for all of the general for fiscal 23 and then fiscal 24. And then down here, all the other funds that have payroll, not,
Okay, so, yeah, stop for just a second. This is, like, for example, the commissioners, is this salary and
that's,
benefits?
yes.
So FY 23 was 101, 388. FY 24 is going to be 180,
Correct.
638. And is that just because of the 8% COLA that we're giving? Or is that other things?
So
ended
in the
up
commission,
increasing?
so you'll notice that the commissioners and the clerk and recorders look kind of goofy.
Absolutely, we
Right,
know
okay.
that, I understand
Yeah,
that.
okay, so
We
that's.
now have, to
Right.
explain to you guys, Billy was on her payroll.
Yeah.
Now she's on our payroll.
Yeah.
That's for why the increase
Yeah.
is so much higher.
Plus the insurance went up too, that all comes into that.
So I mean, this is all including,
Right, but that's why the commissioners is gonna look a little different and but yeah, but
Okay.
exactly, because of,
the 79, 249 increase is what I'm asking.
right.
Is not just the 8% COLA.
No, it's
Okay.
because of everything, because of the 8% COLA, because of the insurance
Right.
going up and I think we went down a little bit on the FICA stuff maybe, and then, but up a little bit on. Well, we don't ever know
Down
about
on
or
FICA.
the Medicare or something,
Yeah,
one
it
of them
wouldn't be-
went down.
they
Yeah.
wouldn't-
One of them went down and then we never know what work.
So like
comp is gonna
work
be.
comp, depending on work comp with the lock factor and stuff is all
Right.
included.
And we used to be able to figure that one out, I mean, to pretty much to the penny, we just had fractional sense of it. But with the new one, with the state of Montana. it's
Okay,
kind of
so what we anticipated to take out of LATCF funds for COLA, we took 300,000 and put it in, set it aside for COLA increase.
Right,
But that wasn't saying that we were going to use all that 300,000. And so you're saying that 165,457 would be what you'd want to come out of the LATCF funds.
that's what I'm asking you, so what I did here was I took that and then I halved it. So it'd be like 4%, it'd be,
Right.
so it's not the total thing,
Can I
so.
stop? Can you keep explaining where you're going there?
Yeah.
I gotta get-
Oh,
sorry, I know what you're saying, so this is what's coming out and we allocated 300,000, so really we're taking half of it, is that what you
And
have?
what, yeah,
Okay,
this is
I'm just not, I get it,
to, remember, we put the 300 aside
okay,
so that we could handle the 8% COLA.
correct.
And we put 300 aside, not necessarily going to use the whole 300,
Okay.
okay?
Yeah,
So this, you're saying the 165,457 is 4% of that?
Well, I mean, it's kind of half of whatever the difference is, what the increase would
Okay.
be. And that's all I did. I didn't know what else.
Okay, yeah, makes
Yeah.
sense.
So, and doing it this way, then I know how much is gonna go into the general fund and what's gonna go into
Right.
each funds.
okay, so then well, it's for both of you, I'm not just. So then on the other half of that we allocated for the 300, where do we set that in? 35,000. if we said that we're just gonna take 300 out, we're only using 165, where's the other?
Well, then let's save it for next year.
Okay, that's what.
Yeah.
It's got its own,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
it's got its own line
Yeah,
item,
yeah.
it's separated out.
35,000 or 134,000 go back in. the next- Oh,
Right, it's separated out, that 300 has been put into its own line
Yeah.
item, so we can watch it.
Yeah.
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 So. Okay. Is
Yeah,
that-
now I
So
totally.
does that sound
Yeah.
reasonable
Yeah.
to do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I totally understand now. Thank you.
Okay, so I think the commissioners, that one's pretty well. That one's, I don't know if you guys want to look at any, I just kind of want to go over the ones that I'm. Kind of, okay, where did? Go?
So the commissioner one, what you're saying is the reason you have that is because of the fact that now we have. All of Billy's. Salaries and benefits in the commissioners.
Mhm.
Is there a percentage? Still sitting out there in the road, part of her salary that used to be,
Do we want to do that?
You used
Do you-
to do that all the.
We did that with Mike, we don't, if you would like me
I
to
think
to
maybe
do that, then.
because she still does a lot of stuff.
Mhm.
For
I
the
think-
road.
So I can share,
I think it was better that way too, because then it don't look like such a big old.
And what we did prior was the fact that Mike did a lot of stuff for the road. And you're ending up doing a lot of stuff. For the road, and so we'll pull some of that out of the road fund. To cover your salaries, and was what,
it was 20%
20%.
is what we used to do with Mike, so we can just set that up kind of thing where it's just automatically 80-20.
Yeah.
So, okay,
yeah,
good,
That's
got that,
awesome, yeah, I think yeah, it seemed like it just, yeah.
okay.
perfect.
These ones are things. This is great. Okay, so county attorney, he was talking about this CASA thing.
What?
I'll check. Do you guys know? I was hoping, that's why I turned around.
What's it called?
CASA,
What's it tossing? I have no idea, I don't,
and it's just where you guys want to take it out of,
what is it for? What's a toss? I guess I don't.
I don't know, that's why I said this CASA thing, it's CASA.
Oh, so it's not.
So,
That come out of the leaving part then?
So what is he,
I think it was a letter of request from.
did he put it in his budget, or is he just?
No, he handed it to me a couple weeks ago, I think after being in here and said that, you know, during budget time, you need to figure out where or if. And so that's why I'm,
Is this something
bringing that
to do
in.
with, what's your name? That works with it, Vitor. Does this have something to do with that?
No, I don't think so.
Cause it's
okay,
where it's
so
saying
I
that
guess we
not
need
from-
Blaine to find
Yeah.
out.
And then it's saying this, where it's. Mhm.
So we'll need to follow up with Blaine on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He needs to explain it, cause I.
Yeah, so he just put question that.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna stick that back,
Okay.
keep it with my stuff.
Cause it's going into the.
So what was
It's-
Blaine's? Request for
For what?
salary for,
He didn't,
he didn't,
there's no,
okay.
I don't know if they're,
Well,
That
because
later,
July
or-
1. His paralegal was going to an 11. And what did we say? 11, it wasn't decided, I think we offered her 11.
He was going to, I think, come back to you guys with where he wanted her as far as it's a step, right? A step.
Nice.
He
he
was
was be
gonna-
11 something,
he
I can
wanted-
find out what it is. 'cause
He
they're
wanted more negotiation of what We said, what did we say? Do you remember in the minutes? We said 11.
I don't think you guys ever decided anything. I think you guys just set the job, approved the job description to be an 11, and he was gonna come back to you during budget session.
Well, I think we discussed it and I said 11, 1 or 2, but he wasn't gonna get a 6 because that's what she was requesting, is to be an 11-6. And that was pulling all her years into an 11.
I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, well, it was in her, and I made a comment that she's going up a grade. And that she can't pull her steps with her. So I felt that entry level. What do you have? What do we have? her
We
at?
have her at a grade 10, step 4, which is 2244.
And July 1, she was gonna go to an 11. And I thought we said,
I don't think that got to our office because.
well, then what did he say? He was gonna,
I thought they.
I'm gonna try to find the minute.
well, I thought 11-2 also, and then he decided that he wanted to discuss it further.
Yeah, because I thought she was happy.
Because an 11-2 would be what?
Matrix.
Wasn't that kind of the way we left it at Billy, and then they were gonna talk about it, like I said, but he.
2372,
How much?
2372,
And she's making what now?
2244.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not, I mean, from all of our
Yeah, and
work
this,
that
you
we
would
did,
need to
it
be
says,
notified this
yeah,
because that's.
and I'm sure
July 1
that
is
Becky
when-
would have, because she's
Because they
picked
have
up
to-
her whole matrix thing.
Cause now
And
if it
it's
does
still-
go through, then you have to pay that record. For whatever it's called, right?
Okay, hold on. I think I have it. It's in April.
Oh, sweet.
So what was she before she got the 8%?
Can,
What was it? Do you have? Okay, because we're looking at. Yeah, I need to know what she was doing. If she can.
Lance, can you tell this young lady to get her butt back up there, get to work?
Oh, I can't.
So in the minutes, it really just focuses on the job description, but I think I'm looking at the second time you discussed it.
Long day. Chuck's done it to me.
It's like, yeah, you need to comb your hair a little. I already see you guys.
Let me go. March.
You can match her out of your shop.
Because we did discuss it. We sat here and.
I think
discussed
that was
it.
in March. That may have been in a closed
Yeah.
session though.
Yes, it
So
was
that's-
actually, because
That information won't be available then.
it was during a closed session.
Yeah, that information won't be available then. So on the job description, you guys just left it at that as far as your open sessions.
Yeah. 11.
Yep, you just discussed the job description and that
Okay.
She'd be an 11.
the job
And it-
description would be an
Or
11.
The new job description would be an 11.
Yes.
And then I thought we discussed the new job would start at 11, that job description.
Yep.
And we felt because of her experience, it would be 11-2. Grade 11, step 2.
I thought it was all agreed on. I didn't know.
And then,
I'll have to look at the closed session minutes. Like I said, there's nothing from an open session discussing that.
after the fact, I think. Blaine wanted to renegotiate that, but he never really made that official, right?
I don't know. The closed session minutes are all on Blaine Safe. Those aren't
I
anything
don't
that are
know.
available.
I can't.
2078, if she was at it, yeah. The 10-4 fiscal year. 22 was 2078, so she went from 2078 to 20.
I thought we were all.
So that is at 2, because we almost $3 raise. July 1.
I guess we all agreed on everything and moved ahead. I didn't know there was gonna be negotiated.
With the 11-2. Would be $2.94 more.
Like I said, there's nothing in the open session minute.
Well, I think that maybe, this needs to be discussed before. Because this needs to be. The decision was set, I thought. So as July 1, he wanted it to start July 1. So her new grade is starting July 1. And we talked about 11-2. And he was fine with it, and then all of a sudden I heard that he wanted to renegotiate.
So as far as I know. it
You don't
didn't
know
reach-
anything,
It didn't
yeah.
reach our office,
It didn't reach your office.
as far as I know, yeah.
So I just guess wait till he has to come back to the table if he wanted to renegotiate. I thought it was a done deal. I see we all sat here. I
So
know.
how do we do this? Can we
I
take
guess
him
we-
down here and say it's an 11-2 is what we decided?
Well, I
Because
guess
she's
we
gotta
could-
get paid this month and it's gotta be an 11.
Right, we just need to know by the end of the month,
Yeah.
because it starts in July, so we just need to know that, and I need to know so I can reach.
Yeah,
Let's just write that
budgets.
down so we get home and find out, and then we can still keep moving on.
So what, in the closed session, we don't have minutes from the closed session,
No, those
Those
are
are-
locked in plain safe. Those aren't publicly available.
Yeah.
For
right? So
Anything.
it's,
we can't discuss anything from that.
We have a closed session.
because we're discussing.
If you're discussing a personnel,
But I mean, I thought she left it open. She wasn't, she was sitting there.
it
Did I miss something somewhere?
was,
Okay,
it was a, close- I
I
think it was,
just thought it was a done deal. I thought everybody was happy.
I believe it went over a couple of different weeks. I don't,
Yeah. I thought
I'm
we done-
guesstimating. I feel like,
I'm sitting here, and I looked at it and said, does that good? And I thought, she- yeah.
11-2, and he said fine, and then I just heard it need to be renegotiated, and I'm not even sure where I heard it.
Maybe we dreamed it like I dreamed a lot, yeah. I'm just thinking.
So
All right, that's
officially, the commission made the decision that she would be increased to a grade 11, step 2, July 1, from what I understand.
I guess I just figured
can't
that.
find
And it was closed
Well,
session.
we'll just need, yeah. we
if
can
you
get it.
come, usually when
letter
you come
from-
out though, you'll motion. And like I said, let me look in March, because in April you motioned on the description.
We said we,
Yeah.
all agreeable, and then if it comes down to something there, then we can talk about it. I thought it was 11-2, and everybody was happy and moved on. I didn't ever hear about anybody, and I've seen her, and she's never ever said anything to me about it. I mean, I've never brought it up either, so I guess I don't know. I don't know who said or what said. It's.
Well, the one comment was, and somewhere, and I'm not gonna repeat names, or is that. Because to go with the going rate for paralegals here and there and here and there. But we're not corporate, we don't have billable hours, we base our. On revenue, tax revenue, so we can't even compete with corporate to throw a wage in there. That,
No, I thought we talked about all that. I thought that was all brought right out to the table when we talked
Yeah.
about this. I'm
We're
sure.
going with 11-2 and somebody
Everybody
wants
was
to drag
happy.
about it, let 'em.
11-2 has given her
$3.
3 steps, right, or 4 steps, actually, how many steps? 2,
Yeah.
4, 6 years, actually. And 3 would be, and then 1 would be 2 years, and 2 would be 4 years. So we're actually giving her half of what her 8 years. So that was fair, I thought, that
No, that's what I thought. I guess.
looking at it is $3 more an hour, which is big raise. I feel a pretty nice raise.
So we just need a notification to the
Hey,
payroll, we just need notification in writing.
That's what we agreed on. I mean, if Wayne has, he should have come back before this last, just he knows his payday. Yeah, just go to 11-2. I don't.
Okay,
Must be.
so if we can get that. in
So-
We also agreed that we'd increase her to a grade 11, and then we negotiated. What, Billy?
I can't find anything on that.
I just know that we sat here, I could swore that we all agreed on
We
it.
sat here and discussed it right there with him,
And her, she was sitting here.
and she was sitting in here too.
And we went 11-2, and I even looked at her and said, is that you good with that? And she, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know who's saying, let's just go with 11-2, and if there's a conflict, then.
Okay, 11-2.
Okay, so we just need that in writing from somebody to our office and we
Okay.
can we can get that done by the
We'll
end of the
tell
month.
Wayne,
You'll be matched.
when Wayne comes back down, we'll just tell him we need to get that letter in that Stevens apple right now. Okay.
Okay, I mean, I can go ahead and figure out, budget.
The actual
stuff.
job description was 11 and then her experience, we gave her 11 too.
Okay, let's move on.
All right, so we just need something, okay. Crime control, I guess TJ has decided that she is gonna kind of step up from the emails that she has sent. And so that you guys can start looking for somebody else possibly, but she will continue doing a few of the things, but she wanted to use just her surcharge money. And,
Well, she screwed up to get that damn thing in again, and now all of a sudden they wanna take money from somewhere else. This is twice this has happened. I
Right.
don't even get upset, but we gave an opportunity last time and we made it work. This time I'm done with,
yeah, so she's in her email, she's saying, no wages or anything, she'll just work with the surcharges that are coming in. But again, she's looking at the surcharges that have come in, and those are always incorporated into the budget. And so, and she still has one more reimbursement, I think, to make. I mean, she's in the hole by like $3,000, even the surcharges that come in. I
So
mean,
she's
she
in the
doesn't
hole
really
no
have
matter
that
what.
much. Yeah.
Then
Yeah,
she's
one-
spent the surcharge.
Right, once the reimbursement comes in, there should be one more reimbursement.
Then she'll be,
Well, she'll have
Zero
maybe
out.
1,000, So, anyway, that's something to be discussed
and
and,
when should we apply for that again?
not for another year.
not for another year, I don't think.
Cause this is what we're so.
So this year is done, we don't have it, so we have to wait one more year after this year. Or can we do it?
Right, so I don't know, I mean, there was in her email, she was just giving time for the county to hire another advocate to look, that she'll still kind of do stuff. But there really isn't any money.
Well, I don't think the county
So,
can hire another advocate if we don't have any money coming.
Well, we can't keep on Peter.
right, or give time to find somebody else who wants to apply for the grants and get it going once you can do that again.
And then she was supposed to be working under Blaine, and so that we were all up to date on all this stuff, and it kind of fell behind too, right?
And if she's. The money that's coming in is just gonna cover the 3,000. So any further stuff is just gonna make it deeper in debt. So there's no money for her to continue. I think Blaine needs to be here.
Well, then
Yeah,
she
so we
worked
can-
under him, that's who's supposed to be home took care of, and then they come back and say, well, the guy that's going to be with him said this is really
Yeah.
tough, well, then why did we?
Okay,
So we'll put that
That's
one.
two-
yeah, I'll put that one on the,
We got
just
two
wanted
for
to
Blaine,
bring,
two for Blaine, yeah.
She can't keep spending money if she's in the hole.
right, and what she was saying in her thing is that she's doing it under her own, she's just helping out until she can find another person. And if there is any monies in there to help with like gas or hotels or, any of that kind of stuff, but it's like I was trying to explain to her that there really isn't that much actual cash in there. It's not, because she's in the hole and still needs the reimbursement. But, okay, all of these special counsels that we have, so like the special counsel and the attorney's budget, that went over by like 10,000, and then the special counsel for just the regular special.
Now
Do we
say that
have,
again, sorry.
it's just all of these different special counsels that we have. We have one that's got its own account, and then there's one that's within the county attorney's one, which like that one went over by like $10,000.
But then wasn't there money put to the side on in that other fund for the special counsel?
Yeah, we have another account, yeah.
There, it's the other special counsel, the one in Blaine's account is for him, for special counsel for him. The one that is in the general fund is basically,
Because they're both, yeah,
if we have.
What
to-
did the
we have
10,000?
another person.
What did
Yeah.
10,000 one supposed to come out? What do you think?
We just have two of them and they both are way over this year. So do you want to budget more for
Well, let's look
them
and see.
or,
That's another thing.
or what do you think is gonna be happening this year?
Let's
That's
look
like
at
this.
the detailed report on those two,
Okay.
to see just where it's been spent.
Okay,
Cause when I know a lot of them, there was conflict stuff and, yeah. I mean, sometimes they just been out.
And that would be in his fund, but the one that we've done.
all right.
it's-
Well, I'll get the, I know, we're not even really very far here. Okay. Okay. Treasurer's good, county building. So are there any, so we've got the new roof project and that's 11,400. What is it, 11,100? Yeah, 11,400. So and then there's also the regular intervals for computers and things. So, yeah, we've got like 6 of them that
No,
need to be.
yeah. I know.
Yeah, and that's- yeah.
Yeah. that's it.
Okay, so now here's the other one. Our server also is up and the sonic wall for the server, and that's all a little over $12,000 for that. Now, when talking with Josh, we can do it at the end of fiscal 24 or the beginning of fiscal 25, which is, next summer. So do we want to,
And then what's that gonna be, like, how much did he say?
Well,
it's about 12,000.
Yeah, and we're doing 12,000 for, if we can wait for one
Right,
more
like
year.
he said, we
Yeah.
can do it at the end of fiscal 24, the beginning of fiscal 25, which is, the same time, but we can push it out
Yeah,
to the next fiscal year.
yeah.
Okay, so we will do that one. So are there any other projects or things that you're?
no. No, not
We can
really.
dig up the whole.
No, don't even. No, this shit. This-
Never mind. Okay.
The nail's done, so that's accountable.
All right. So this is on a side note, I mean, it'll go on farther with the 911. So. I think we need to take the DIS managed services for the sheriff's office. And put that into the county building with the other managed services. It's like $14,000. The problem is that with their new CAD system that they put in over there, the maintenance on that is 30,000 that we have to take out of that we're taking out of 911. So that takes a big chunk out of 911 and we don't really have that much money in 911. So I would like to move their managed services for their
And what-
computers and stuff, which
do
is about
they-
14,000 into the county building.
Yeah.
Add that one into it, because they're all in the
Yeah,
kitchen.
yeah.
Okay. All right, okay. So, and we can do this, okay, that. Just on so the superintendent of schools has always been like $55 an hour, but she wants to move it up to 30 an hour. I looked over all of the hours that they normally do. We can keep it at 4,000. I think even with the mileage and it being at $30, we can keep it at 4,000. I don't think
Because
that
there's
that's
usually
gonna
a
be.
buffer at the
There's
end.
always a buffer, and I
Yeah.
think it's not gonna be as much,
Right.
but I think it'll be,
Yeah.
I think it'll be good. So that'll be fine. Okay, okay. And I know. Okay. Probably more into the other funds rather than in general. Do you guys want to put anything in, or we'll see how things pan out and decide whether you want to put anything into the capital project for the general fund? Normally you put in like 7,000 or 8,000. So we'll just wait until the end.
And we
see.
do that was for the elevator, right?
That was for the elevator.
So I think we need to continue putting it in for the elevator. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, because we don't want that.
Yeah.
Okay, there, we're getting more money.
That's another thing.
Oh.
We were not doing that before all this.
so one thing too, that we might want to look at. As getting a more documentation is on the rents that are paid. And it goes into the general fund for the rental
For
on
the
the
house.
road property. Because I think what we want to do is figure out what revenue's coming in, use that for maintenance. I don't think we want to do any tax dollars.
No,
On-
yeah, I thought we
Okay.
agreed on, it.
Yeah.
Because like,
I can run that for you.
somebody said they thought it was going into the road. fund. It should go into-
No, it's going,
No, it
it's
goes
it's
into
going
the
into the general.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
Yeah, we got that fixed by that. But we need to kind of know what kind of revenue, because
Okay,
we're gonna have to do something to the exterior.
Side.
And we don't wanna use tax money, we wanna
Perfect.
use the rents from the rents, so.
okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty, we'll do that. So it looks like that's all the general, so
Hopefully,
we'll
we got the
continue this
general.
another day and we'll do.
Yeah, well, this is good,
Do
yeah,
the other one? No, this is fabulous.
It's easier to do half at a time.
Yeah.
Right.
Say,
No,
well,
this
like,
is-
my squirrel's gonna go.
Yeah, no, this is great. I really appreciate your time
And
and
next week we can put it on again for another half.
Another half hour?
yes, so we can go do that and I can get these things for you, have write some other numbers and perfect.
That way,
So
we keep on the one part where we understand that. Next week, we can
yeah, yeah.
look over what she's bringing back, or yeah, then we can move on to that.
With the other ones.
Um,
Thank you. This helps.
So how do we get to her, to just, can you really email it?
Yeah, just like Mike used to do that. He would say, blah, 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 you know.
Just email, I guess,
Bill, Becky.
Becky, saying that, evaluation
Oh,
for.
yeah.
Was,
Becky has a form. She has them, the department heads do.
so,
Sounds
okay,
good.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
as long as we get it by the end of the month. we can- Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
Thanks, that would- yeah, way better to do half of the time than I get. Cause a lot of that, you know, we do things that you would, as well, cause I would. Understand. Nothing, you know, the same. All right, well. Come on out. Whoever wants, or what, when you come up, state your name and what you're here for and act, so. public. Stand up. Oh, yeah. I'll have the stuff with Tom's good.
With who?
Tom, right there. Think about Tom.
Oh, yeah.
Just wanted to make sure.
I just download it. I was gonna say, we need Linda, and there you are.
Okay, so you guys can come up if you will, or.
Maybe I'll just be me.
Okay, that's
Spokesperson.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I did want to let my group introduce themselves.
Yeah.
So, but I'm Nadine Wadsworth with the DNRC. I was here in September to see y'all. So. Go ahead, Hannah.
I'm Hannah Schultz. I'm Nadine's counterpart with DNRC as well, floodplain mapping.
Could you speak up just a little bit, cause
Okay.
they say they can't hear, it's,
Okay.
please, sorry.
Hi, good morning. My name is Chris Gaines. I'm with FEMA Region 8.
Morning, I'm Tweet Patton, also with FEMA Region 8. So,
Got one more.
oh,
Motion.
sorry. And I just wanted the steps around so you could see me. I'm Shilea Wingard. I also work with Hannah and Nadine, DNRC floodplain.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that. So if you remember, they've been remapping on a portion of the Clark Fork and the Rock Creek. And we're ready to do the public, get going on the public hearings. And I'm gonna let them do their presentation, but essentially the maps and the data are ready and we're ready to start the public process for getting them adopted.
So I handed you 2 documents. The really long presentation that we are not going to go through, that you can look at whenever you want. And then Shilea convinced me to do a nice little executive summary that we can just go through today. So thanks for having me. Like I said, I was up here in September. We were talking about the draft floodplain maps. Since then, we've given all the data and information to FEMA and their contractors. They've reviewed it. They think everything looks great. Nothing has changed from when I was here in September for the draft to prelim. And now they have just been issued on those firms, your flood insurance rate maps. You should have gotten a box in the mail with a bunch of panels. They look just like the floodplain maps you currently have. The difference is they say prelim on the bottom. So they don't replace your effective maps yet. They still have to go through the public review process, there's a actual due process that'll happen. Another round of reviews to make sure that everything is great. And then they will become effective probably in a couple of years. So I'm up here to just talk about that right now. So the maps were issued on May 24th to the county. Included with that was your flood insurance study. Linda and I were joking a little bit because it went from 1 volume to now there's 5. Because new study data requires more documents, so she has 5 flood insurance study volumes to go through. And then what's also called the summary of map actions. She did ask me to talk about this. So this is every letter of map amendment that a property owner has filed to show that their home is a little bit higher than the actual flood elevations. Good news. There is quite a few that are going to stay that way. So the new study refined the floodplain on Rock Creek and the Clark Fork, which if you remember, Rock Creek is 1973 was the study and Clark Fork is 1979. I was joking with them on the way up. We always say like the maps are old and your 79 Clark Fork maps are 2 days newer than me. So I was like, dang. Call myself old, but and then when Flint Creek got remapped, the only thing that happened is they took those paper maps and put them in the digital environment. There was no new study done. So that was kind of the premise to get the new maps. So when they were going through the new study, they also review individual property owners' requests to FEMA to prove that their homes are actually higher than the flood elevation. These are the property owners. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 property owners that asked and showed proof that their homes were higher, and FEMA agrees with that the flood elevations are in fact lower than their property. So they're going to remain that way.
So now that people are hearing about this, there's probably gonna be some more and they still can come in to you and say that, this, once you set this, is this gonna be.
So it's only the ones that have been submitted. So in the future, then they would come into Linda to get a floodplain permit. And then she would help show them where the flood elevations are and where they have to build their property up to.
But they could still go in for a letter of map amendment.
They could, yes.
That's,
Yeah.
It's now it's open to go, people gonna hear about this. and
Yeah,
That's.
those 4 are the ones.
These are the 4 though that their homes are actually lower than the new flood elevations. So I did double check and verify, and most of the flood elevations, these are on Rock Creek too. Most of the flood elevations for Rock Creek did go down a little bit. So I was very, very happy about that.
Is these the ones in that we have talked about before around?
They're not in trouble, so the flood elevations that were, there were no flood elevations in some of these areas, so they hired a surveyor, did their interpretation of what they thought the flood elevation was.
Right.
Submitted the paperwork, and at that time, that was what they agreed the flood elevation was.
And that's kind of the rub for those people, is that they did spend money to do a surveyor and do the study, and the whole 9 yards. But there just was no base flood elevation at the time. So the surveyor kind of did his best. He did his best to figure it out. And now that there's base flood elevation, they're saying, well, those 4 are gonna go back into the floodplain. So that's why those 4, I mean, because there's other people who are coming in and going out of the floodplain, but these 4 have actually put money down to get out, and now they're gonna end up going back in.
So their options would be, if they disagree, they could refile another letter of map amendment. I did double check. They're not just a little bit below, they're significantly below. So it wouldn't be worth their money to go out and try to hire another surveyor. The other option would be they could elevate their home to be above the base flood elevation should they choose. So
there's not such a thing as being grandfathered in.
no,
So if they went and sunk, for example, a trailer down next to the creek, in 1964.
So there used to be.
I'm just saying this as an example.
Right, so there used to be for flood insurance purposes, but there isn't anymore. There's a new flood insurance rating system. And it's really a conversation between the property owner and their their insurance agent. It's not anything that we can really even speculate on anymore.
And your question is a valid question. We have a couple other floodplain administrators dealing with that with permitting. In that, you know, this one gentleman saying, hey, I bought the property, they used it like this beforehand. I grandfathered in. And he's gonna have a lot of heartache because there is no grandfathering. The regulation is the regulation. And he needs to be complying with that. And so it's a matter of educating them too, because we are so keen into thinking, oh, we have a grandfathered in clause. And that's not the case.
Yeah.
So it's just gonna be more outreach, which is fine. We have the tools to help Linda be successful with the outreach for the mapping. And then Shalia and her team have the tools to help with the regulatory and the ordinance kind of side.
And it's one of those things, like I was looking at the list. 2 people in the broad tracks on Wild Rose Loop. One's gonna stay, one's gonna get to keep his and one isn't. So that's where they really start arguing with you. It's like, well, that guy is gonna keep his, and it's like, you know, we don't dictate where that sign says that the level is, we just enforce it.
And if you do get a call, commissioners, you can always explain that it's based off of ground elevation. We flew high level accurate LiDAR that got a really good layout of the topography for these watersheds, which is not something that the current studies from 73 and 79 have. So that's where it's derived from. So it may not seem like their neighbor is a little bit higher, but they are. So back to our little summary. Like I said, I was here in September, it says 2023, I meant 2022. I had worked on this and then stayed up pretty late, and Tweet caught it when we were on the way over.
Wait a minute, you can't say you did this to me yet.
There was the request when I was up here to wait until the maps went preliminary and we knew for sure. So to hold those public open house meetings. So that's kind of, besides talking about the prelim maps, that's kind of what I wanted to chat with today with you all. Hopefully holding some kind of open house meetings with landowners in October, if that could work. We do have a meeting at the town council for Drummond tonight. They got some new maps on Clark Fork. So I'm kind of hoping that I can convince them to set the venue. And then we can just have everybody go there instead of setting something here in Phillipsburg and having them drive all the way around, if that sounds good to you.
Yeah.
So I guess we can kind of go ahead and move into next steps. So October open house, I'll pitch a couple dates to Mayor Leeper. And then I'll get back with Linda and we'll kind of set something in stone. Generally what happened, which is what happened with Flint Creek when Flint Creek got remapped. The county sends out postcards to landowners notifying them that their property status has changed for the maps and inviting them to come to the public open house. So Linda and Mayor Leeper, she's the floodplain administrator, would introduce me and Hannah, and then we would facilitate the meeting, have tables set up where landowners could come sit down and talk with us, make it be very informational, kind of like a town hall. I don't lecture at them, but they get to learn more about floodplains before they're done. Shortly after that, there will be a formal due process. So FEMA, working with them, will hold what's called a formal 90-day appeal and comment period, where landowners, should they disagree with the maps, If they have better technical evidence, can submit it. And have it reviewed and see if it qualifies or meets the standards to potentially remove their property. What we talked about with these, so a letter of map amendment is just a home. Generally, that isn't part of a submittal for a formal comment and appeal. Because maps have scale, and if they did that, it would just be little Swiss cheese holes. As a mortgage lender, they're probably still gonna make them get flood insurance because it's too close to see. So it would be bigger swaths if they have better survey data, anything that they think they can provide to dispute the maps. Submittals come into the county. The county would track them and then they would send them to me, which then I would send them to FEMA. So all submittals have to be received within that 90-day period to be considered. If they're not, then they won't be considered. So that's kind of another good premise for the open house, is to get anybody that wants to submit something ready for the appeal period, so that they can be better prepared. Shortly after that, if there are no appeals, then there'll be another round of reviews done by some of FEMA's contractors. If everything goes good and there is no changes, another letter similar to what came in that big box with all your flood insurance rate maps will come saying, okay, county, you have 6 months to update your ordinance and adopt your formal maps. If you don't, then you will be sanctioned. So when that letter comes, it'll come to the commission, but then I will send you a digital copy to kind of trigger that. And it's just a formal ordinance update with Shailia and Tracy and their team. So this is one that can't be extended. There's no postponement. It has to be done within the 6 months. But we have the model ordinance now, so that'll be helpful.
Well, and it's our same ordinance, we're just updating.
How old is your ordinance?
The 20. Yes,
I think, is there a newer one? Okay,
so we're just updating.
yeah, so you just would be adding the map panels. Actually, you just changed the nomenclature at the end.
Okay,
So I think you're going from what, a B to a C,
okay,
like for revision. And then just some nice informational stuff. We got a new website. I told you in September we were working on a new website. We got it. So I've updated the website. It's fancy. It looks nice. It's not cluttered. It's not weird to navigate. If you'd like to see all of the maps in one location, on the main page of the website is a viewer. It's a GIS viewer. You click on that, a landowner can type in their address, or you can pan around. You'll get to see the preliminary maps, the effective maps, and then changes. So I did want to kind of talk about the changes because I'm very happy with how the changes have turned out. There's actually more being removed from the floodplain and the high risk area than what was originally depicted. So you're welcome to take a look at the different table. The colors coordinate to that tab on the viewer. For the most part, more people are coming out of the floodway and the floodplain on Rock Creek because it's better defined. And then the same for the Clark Fork. I don't come with any crazy news. There's a little bit of information on this back page about flood insurance and development. In Montana, I do want to point out that there is no development in a floodway. So any structures that are going to be newly mapped into a floodway will not be able to develop their property. That's because generally the floodway is where we see the deepest and fastest moving water during that flood event. So the state legislator back in the 60s decided floodways are too dangerous to build in. Flood insurance is rated differently now than it was before. Like I said, it is really a conversation with the private property owner and their insurance agent. But there are things that FEMA considers or that is considered a little bit when it comes to rating flood insurance. And then my contact information is on the bottom. If there's any questions.
And
Oh,
flood insurance updates the first of the year usually, right?
So I have had flood insurance, because I can't really preach flood insurance if I don't have it. And when I bought it, it was in June and then it renewed in June, so it's
So
just
whenever
whenever
you
you
buy
bought it. It's not an escrowable thing, it's an upfront cashing thing. So,
But once the maps go into effect, then mortgage companies
yeah,
usually will notify their people, okay, you gotta get.
it's
flood
usually
insurance now.
30 days before the maps go effective, lenders will notify property owners saying, hey, if you didn't know, there's been a change in the status of your flood risk and you're now required to carry flood insurance. And there are other options. There's 2 private companies, one that sells flood insurance out of Montana. Some people have had good luck with it, some people haven't, so it's just kind of hit or miss.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So as long as you guys are okay with it, cause they don't need to attend that.
I mean, you're welcome to.
But you don't have to.
You don't have,
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
you're welcome to come to the open house in October if you want to.
but just, I'll go for sure and I will just set up a time with Gail. To use the school maybe to.
Okay.
Try to do it, or the library or wherever they do it.
Yeah, I'll talk with her and the council tonight to see what they'd like to do. And then you can all just kind of coordinate. And then we found this fancy new postcard mailing system that does all the work for everyone, and it's actually cheaper than if you were to sit there and put all the individual notices on there. So it's a pretty fancy system. Madison County just did it for their open houses, which are tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be nice. And then when you talk to Gail, we just tell her, if she could do a Tuesday or a Thursday.
Yep, we can do that. I would prefer that too.
Yeah, okay.
Well, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Good job.
Well, thanks.
Thanks for coming, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you. And I will get you the names of the 4 people. Over the board. Actually. Hey,
how's it going, Linda?
good. How about you, Blaine?
Doing good.
Great.
Hey, Claudia talked to you about your your binding equipment
Oh,
to do it. Okay, yeah, I got that Supreme Court brief here.
Oh,
We're working on.
cool.
Okay, thanks. All right.
Break.
Rising
time.
sun. Thanks.
Break. time.
Okay.
Wait for one. We're waiting on the lamp. Are you? Where'd she go?
Good idea. You want me to go see if your personal quarters are?
No, they're. Yeah. Not all, I think it's central. One of the one.
Be right here. She's getting her printout.
Oh, the doctor.
Cannot surrender that.
Sorry, I was getting.
Alright, anymore, I got everybody's in here, we're gonna go ahead with Mary Miller with an update on the Phillipsburg QRU. Come up.
Hi, everybody. My name's Mary Miller, and I've been working with the county on beginning to develop a QRU for Phillipsburg. And so far, I've been able to, I'm really inspired. I've been able to make contact with several QRUs, including two which are incredibly excellent. One of them's been in business for more than 40 years. And one of their charter members, who is now in charge of that effort, spent an hour and a half or so with me on the phone. Everybody I've contacted looking for mentors for this program where we can draw ideas has been really, really supportive and really cooperative. So I feel like we're beginning to have a good network of people who can advise the QRU on their process, problems they've run into, that sort of thing, and help us along in our development. I've done some preliminary research into grant monies, and thus far I have located several that exist for the purpose of buying and equipping vehicles for QRUs. And
we have the funding for a vehicle.
I understand that, and I'm glad that we do. I am also aware that funding is precious, and if we can get tens of thousands of dollars through a grant process to defray our expenses. One of the grants is from the Montana Department of Transportation, and in 2012, with the Lakeside QRU, that large one, they paid 90% of their first ambulance. And their third ambulance, which was bought in 2018 or 2019, they also paid part of. There's also a grant through the Montana Department of Health and Human Services that was funded by a private foundation in the amount of roughly $4.5 million that exists for the purpose of outfitting. They have 3 state-of-the-art simulator buses that they pay to take around to remote locations for training. And I found another grant through the Town Pump Foundation that in 2018 had $550,000 available to give to rural QRUs in the state of Montana for the purpose of buying medical equipment and supplies. And since all of that stuff is just incredibly expensive, I think it's worth our while to find as much of that as we can and to get a hold of it, you know, unless something else takes precedent, you know. Another thing that I've done is I've connected with a number of these mentors in QRUs and also similar emergency healthcare organizations for the purpose of looking at their administrative materials and not creating the wheel from scratch, getting ideas for how other people are running their places and what's working for them and what's not. And I have also drafted new bylaws for the Phillipsburg Ambulance Association. And at this point, I have forwarded them to Blaine, the county attorney.
Yep, received it.
Oh,
one of the things I see is if with Eagle leaving, is focus probably should be on ambulance service versus QRU, but the proposed bylaws she had were, you know, if the county commission approved the QRU, then it would come in. So it's a good working document.
The QRU, but we better look at the ambulance scene now.
Yeah.
Well, that's the biggest thing right now. Frank, yeah, you can state your name and.
Frank Prince, Drummond Ambulance. Okay, so I just want to clear that Drummond Ambulance. We talked about QRU. So QRU, we ran under our license, so as far as the Drummond QRU is concerned, it's done, never have, it's not gonna happen.
Okay.
We are Drummond Volunteer Ambulance. Now, the grants you talked about, that's where we've gotten all our, that's where we got our new ambulance, that's where we got most of our stuff from. To have a QR unit, you have to, so this is why I wanted to have a QRU unit with Drummond and Eagle when Eagle was here. Because as a QR unit, you have to have a transporting agency with you. Because you don't transport, so our deal was, I was gonna ask Catherine if we could if she would transport, we would show up on scene. But she would transport, or Eagle would transport, excuse me, I didn't want to say her name, Eagle would transport, okay? If they could not transport, then we still had the capabilities as Drummond Ambulance to find a driver at least within a time frame that we could transport the patient. Okay, so that being said, that's why they're Drummond no QRU, because now we don't have a transporting agency. So the other thing with that, a QRU, is you have to have a first responder's license, an EMT, AEMT license, or a paramedic. Okay, that's the only 4 you can have, because all others are not recognized by the state. So that's kind of why that's why we're just now, and we are a BLS unit with ALS capabilities.
Can you explain that?
BLS is basic life support. And so minimum requirement is an EMT, B, and 1 first responder. They provide, just like I said, basic life support. ALS is advanced life support. That gives our higher members, the AEMTs, the ability to use their medicines, their endorsements, and whatnot. So depending on who goes on the call, then that's what type of ambulance you have at that time. And then there's the classification of a paramedic ambulance, and obviously you have to have a paramedic on board. But we have to license as a lesser unit because we may not always have an AEMT on scene.
Oh,
Does that make sense?
yeah.
But we still have that capability within our license.
So I can see Drummond doing what they want to do, if that works for them, but I was thinking, and some other people were thinking, that we could have a QRU here in Petersburg plus the ambulance. And if that's not feasible, I'd like to know about it, and because we have the money for the QRU vehicle now, and it would be nice, I think it would be nice to have it, so maybe
it would be. But you still have to be tied to a transport agency.
well, when the adults were ambulance qualify as that.
Okay, but do you have enough members that you can send a QRU unit and then make sure you have an ambulance?
I don't know, we'll find out in a second.
Okay.
Wait.
One at a time, go ahead.
I
Try to keep
I
everything.
just want you to understand that we had Mary just reach out.
Oh, I
get
know,
some
I know.
information. We weren't
Oh, absolutely.
sending her to say, okay, you're gonna do this and you're gonna do that. We
Yep,
just,
absolutely.
because of the fact that there was interest in the QRU, now you're saying. Forget that for Drummond, you'll just stay the ambulance.
Yes, correct. Yeah, that's all I'm stating. And I'm glad she reached out. I mean,
Yeah.
if there wasn't somebody that at least
Yeah.
investigated, I mean, then you gotta have somebody showing interest.
Yeah, 'cause we're the ones that-
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
great having a conversation.
You know, I
And it
mean,
was right after that, when she came in and showed interest, that we found out that Eagle was gone
Yeah.
yesterday, as of yesterday. So now we're at a starting point all over again.
right, absolutely. And I mean,
Okay.
I'm here to help. I'm just stating the
Yeah.
facts that I know.
Okay, Monica, state your name and.
My name is Monica Prince. So the other part about the QRU and the ambulance. Your ambulance service, the Drummond ambulance service, the Phillipsburg ambulance service can have a quick response unit without needing a separate entity. So if you get enough members of any of the services and you still want a quick response unit, you don't have to have a separate QRU. through the state of Montana, you don't have to have a QRU license to have a QRU unit with your ambulance license.
And I think that was our intent from the very
Right,
beginning.
I'm just saying, you don't. Also, if you have two separate ones and you're looking for grant money, you're going to be competing against each other.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So, yeah, and the whole thing, well, you know, now this is opened up, we know more right now in 3 minutes than we have in.
So the other,
This is the whole thing.
the other thing that is, you definitely want to keep Phillipsburg volunteer ambulance. And then have your QRU with it, because that's exactly what I'm saying is a BLS with ALS.
Absolutely.
That's the way we kind of talked last week with Mary, was that, you know,
Yeah.
you guys were talking down there, and we said she'd just be up here.
But
We had her go, but we don't know who's here,
Right.
and what's running here either.
But you still have your license,
Yeah.
so you
Yeah,
want to
we
run
want-
under that. You don't want to start an actual separate.
Yeah, that was the, yeah, that's a good point.
Scott,
That's a great point. yeah.
you're good. Let you speak here.
I didn't see him, come up and state your name.
Robert Littlejohn, I'll be working on taking over Phillipsburg ambulance.
You're gonna have to not turn your back.
I'll be working on taking over the Phillipsburg ambulance service. After Eagle left, Sheriff Gunderson gave me a call. For the last year and a half, almost 2 years, I've been running as a first response unit out of my own vehicle on behalf of the volunteer fire department. And that's been pretty much just a bridge the gap between either Eagle showing up or Life Flight showing up. To get that patient some care until that can happen. Now with Eagle gone, again, when we had Eagle, QRU would have been fantastic. I didn't have to take my own vehicle. We could have had different capabilities, more medical stuff to take over. Now that we don't have Eagle, like was stated, you need a transport service. You can't transport somebody in a QRU unit.
Right.
Having a QRU within the Phillipsburg ambulance service, I think is a fantastic idea, once we get our feet under us and get enough members. Because there's no point staffing the QRU vehicle and not sending an ambulance.
Well,
Because we can't take that ambulance out of the shop unless we've got at least a driver and an EMT with it.
Yeah, why spend the money on something if you don't have the commitment to?
And I agree, but these grants and everything are fantastic, once we can get our feet under us with an ambulance service to have transport. And if we get those people, and I've spoken, I'm on the VFD as well, and there is some interest in some of those as being drivers. Between that and getting some more EMTs on the service, I think at some point we could get our footing and get that quick response unit along with the ambulance service. And that would be beneficial getting up to, cover all the way up to Georgetown. If Georgetown QRU can't make it, cover all over the county, and that QRU service can get there a lot faster than an ambulance can. But again, it comes down to having staffing for it first. There's no point in sending that quick unit if we've got no way to transport.
I think that's been the whole big deal, is trying to figure out, make sure that as long as they can get there and stabilize now, but we still have to have something to get them through their, help.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, between
I've been-
Life Flight and an ambulance,
Well, that is one other option, especially where you're up here. You could go to Lifeline and ask them to transport the unit. I don't know, what the stipulation is gonna be, but you might as well ask.
Yeah, but they're not always available, whether it's weather one way or the other, they've got a more important transport. We can't rely on aircraft, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But again, with having that transport service in the QRU, if it's something up Stewart Lake, that QRU can get up there and call Life Flight, but we still have to get our feet under us with a transport service.
So, question, are you willing to be president of the Phillipsburg Ambulance Association? Is that what you're talking about, or something different?
So I've spoken with Pat. He's willing to continue to help. I'm willing to take over that role as the president of the service. And he's gonna help me in the interim, kind of get my feet wet with the administrative services. And then I've got a few interests in different people that are willing to come back on. I believe he's spoken to previous people that are willing to come back, as well as some new younger folks that want to join up.
But that sounds good to me. If you're willing to be president, I would encourage the commission to look at doing a motion to appoint you as president of the Phillipsburg Ambulance
So
Association.
this is on the 115
I think we
Well-
might end up running.
So what, basically, just to summarize this, Mary went out, she came in, she was interested. We said, go for it, go look into it, she did, okay, then right after the meeting with Mary. We find out that Eagle's pulling out as of yesterday. So things went totally catawampus, because what we're going to do is maybe have the QRU with Drummond as a backup, as the call to possibly. I mean, this was just
Yeah, okay.
on the planning
Gotcha.
thing, there was nothing set in
Yeah, yeah.
stone, so now we have to start completely over, so. For this, and excuse me if I'm jumping in here, but I think with Mary doing her training or her search, is we commend you and thank you, and now we have to like absolutely move on and go into, okay, we need to do something about our ambulance.
Cause that's where we're getting, we're starting to
Yeah.
talk more about the ambulance now, which we
Yeah,
have to.
so
figure out.
Mary, appreciate it.
You can
But
say that.
stay tuned with us and listen in and.
Yeah, stay with, you can stay there.
But what,
So Lance, is there a time limit that we have to spend that money? For
So-
the, like if we win a QRU, do we have to spend that money?
We're in a new budget year and we've only gotten 1 million of that money, and we're due to get another million in September. So we're starting a new budget year. We'll start a new plan. I mean, right now, the money that we set aside last year, it's still sitting there, plus we're gonna get more. So we'll set it for this year's budget.
Well, the thing about it is where we didn't spend it on there getting one, they can actually put it into, if they can get set up and have it, we can give them approval that they can do it now. They can get it in.
I mean, we want fair and square,
Mhm.
upper and lower valley.
and so you began potentially looking at levying for the Phillipsburg ambulance.
Yeah, I think what we're gonna have to do, we did not levy last year for the Peterborough ambulance because we did not have a crew. But it's still Peterborough ambulance. It was never abolished, and it's all we have to do is
Correct.
levy it.
Correct.
Oh, we got a comment, but I can't see, yeah, come up here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm new face to everybody here. I'm Brian Huso, the new CEO at the hospital,
Oh.
and I don't know where to stand here, so.
Yeah, right there.
So, just to throw another option in here. The hospital would be very interested in working with the county and anybody else to bring EMS in-house at the hospital. I know there's a lot of process and things that would have to work out. That's not gonna happen overnight, so we need to do something right now. But there's a lot of critical access hospitals that do that and do it successfully. They didn't achieve that overnight, but as a CEO, that's something that I would love to have in-house. My plan, initial plan would be to have the EMTs become CNAs. They would be scheduled on our floor. So they would have, it would actually be an increase in wages for them. And then if they're put out on a call, we would have an on-call system come in to replace them. So it'd be very feasible. And probably, I don't know what the number run would be, but it would be cost benefit to everybody. I think. Just wanted to throw that option out there and let you know it was an option, because I know the previous CEO said absolutely not.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, let's bring it in.
Yes, awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, getting better stuff all the time. Any other comments? There.
I did have one.
Go ahead, Monica.
Monica Prince. So we did meet the other night after we found out. And that we have 5 licensed EMTs. We have a couple more people wanting to come on. We want to assure you guys that we're not gonna leave you hanging. Okay, we're gonna try to help you guys out up here as much as we can. Until your service gets up and running, until you get some people running. To help you out, whatever, we're going to try to help as much as we can. That might mean that you guys need to get together, talk to Frank. If one of us is available and we can run, we could meet you here. If somebody can get on scene, we could bring an ambulance. Like, we gotta make this work for the county until it works.
That sounds awesome. I mean, we're getting somewhere. You know.
That's kind of our plan, and we don't. I'll finish that by saying we don't want to be in control.
But I think right now I'd have to talk to Scott, but because we have a little discrepancies with the dispatch. we got it all figured out pretty much. But we have been getting Phillipsburg's pages, which we're supposed to. We wanted to because there was a lack of response, so we are still, until you guys can get going totally, we're going to try to respond up this end of the valley.
We have to come back to that communication thing if you can't, just.
Yeah.
Right, like we talked before.
Yeah.
Chuck.
Is it Robert?
Yes.
Yeah, how long will it take you to get up and going?
So I've got, well, myself, unfortunately for me, I work wildfire in the summer, so I'm not here a whole lot of time, intermittently, but I've got 3 EMTs that have reached out to me that are interested. We have drivers at the volunteer fire department that I know I can rely on. It's just a matter of getting that together, getting the ambulance, if it needs to be inspected and restocked. With, everything it needs.
Would you be interested in driving and stuff then too, right? Like, just till they can get the QR going or?
I would, but I have some medical conditions that I think would prevent that from being a good choice.
Okay.
So
I
one thing
wish I
too
could.
that we had said. When this problem started, that we will set aside EMT training money. We said that from the very beginning, that we will make sure that this is covered. So that's for both sides. It's a public safety thing, and it's something that we had decided before, and we still weren't getting the people volunteering like we needed up here.
Ours is already in our budget.
What's that?
Ours is already in our budget.
Yeah.
Our training is.
I think we're just trying to give a little more promotion
But-
that if there's somebody that comes upon, they say, well, I don't have this to do it, it'll be covered.
So
Oh,
it's in your budget. Right now, it's in your
Yeah.
budget, but if you needed more and
all right.
looking at what your levy is. And you don't have it, we're gonna get it to you,
Yeah.
correct? Because this is what we
Yeah.
decided.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Okay.
you can anticipate funds for EMT training in both Drummond and Phillipsburg.
Okay.
I do have a few people who I've reached out to that don't have licenses.
Yeah,
Want to get their EMT.
We've got,
As well as Powell County EMS Director, reached out to me and offered to come and teach those classes if we.
and we have this right traveling EMT program here that we got a flyer on.
You know some people too, don't you find
Yeah.
that somebody you to do it? I guess it.
I
Chuck,
think we should continue with the QRU thing and not just throw it aside. Because it sounds like there might be enough people here.
There would definitely be a need for it, and once we get the people running and our feet under us, I think it would
Yeah.
definitely be. an
Yes,
Asset to the county in itself.
yes, right now, but let's get to Peter Gammon and something.
Yeah, I
Right,
think
let's
that-
get it going. You guys can work on that, but still, let's not forget about QRU.
Absolutely.
No, it's important to have feet on the ground right in town.
Yeah.
You can be at somebody's house in 2 minutes. That'll save a life. That'll save a brain.
We'll just get somebody out of that though.
Get somebody out of it. Right, exactly.
Thanks.
I know you.
Is there any other public, the sheriff, do you have anything to say?
Come on in, Sheriff, and explain what you've been doing.
I mean, everybody has to be on board here to make this work. It's just that we can't be, we all gotta be together is what we're trying to do here.
I haven't really been doing much of anything. I contacted Robert Littlejohn about spinning up Phillipsburg ambulance again. And Robert's been great about contacting other EMTs like Pat Little, the former president of Phillipsburg ambulance that knows a couple other EMTs to try to get some people put together. So we have at least a ragtag crew to run in an emergency. We've already covered. I know Little John and one of the deputies did a call the other night. So we're pitching everything we have toward it as well with what we have. And those sound like some pretty good solutions. I heard people bring the CEO of the hospital and stuff like that. I don't know. The volunteer crew service have been around for quite a while on that, and it ebbs and flows. You get a real good crew put together and then they burn out and then you have nothing again. So I don't know if that's a long-term solution to this problem or not. I don't know that the money's there that the county should consider possibly having a director for these services and maybe have them run it. I don't know. I don't have all the answers. I just know we need an ambulance to run when we get emergencies. Phillipsburg's the area that's going to have the problem. We got, you know, Frank and Monica, they're gonna try to cover, I know I've already talked to Frank, cover this area the best they can. I mean, they got a ranch to run and trucking and everything. I don't know how Frank does it all, but we're just gonna have to make do with the resources we have. Until we can get, Phillipsburg needs restocked, the ambulance, and probably relicensed at this point, from the state. So
Will you check in on that, work with him on it then?
So, yeah, so by there, and there were some things that were out of the ambulance.
Better state your name and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
I was Patrick Will, former Phillipsburg Volunteer Ambulance president. There were some things and we need a cot, we need the heart monitor, I think Eagle borrowed and I planned on bringing back.
It was supposed to be back here today.
Okay, I haven't checked, I checked on it,
She's gonna touch base with me
Friday.
the
today.
cot's still in the ambulance.
What's
isn't
the
it?
second? Hold on.
I put the older.
Just a second, just like, really, what'd she say?
I touched base with her last week and she was gonna get with me today to make arrangements to return all of the borrowed supplies.
And then maybe if one of you could check and make sure it's workable.
Yep.
'Cause I don't, you know, that's the thing, they use it, we don't know what it might be.
yeah, it was some of the automated stuff, the suction, the AED, the stretcher cot, the heart monitor that we got,
Stair chair.
stair chair. There are some pieces of equipment that are required to be on that ambulance. Once that stuff gets back in there, I'm completely blanking on the lady's name over in Whitehall. She worked for the state and inspects the ambulances. Francine, thank you. She would come over and do that inspection pretty quick, so we could add that volunteer service. Hopefully by end of this week, next week, they can get that stuff back and inspected. So I also agree with the QRU. Having a QRU alongside of Phillipsburg Volunteer Ambulance is definitely a way to go for that.
And on that, their budget, not something like where they gotta go get thousands of dollars of stuff, we just prove it right on the claim and then it goes in. So just make sure that, you know, it'll be covered. And just get it up
So
to date.
what we're gonna have to do, and this is this, with this money is now, there was quite a bit set aside for public safety. This is included and can be used if we have to, we just need to know how much we need to budget for.
I'll get with Robert and we can go over classes. I had a lot of that stuff set up already. Inspection costs. If you need to buy anything, get any other oxygen refills.
Okay, 'cause
Everything going.
they took the oxygen out of there, so.
Yes.
But that can be replaced quick.
You're talking about the annual budget plan proposal?
Yeah.
Annual.
Yeah, we'll be setting budgets probably in August, so get us your,
Well, I still believe that this is a short-term solution. I've run quite a few calls with Robert Littlejohn and he's a good EMT, but he's got to earn a living and I know he's gone a lot fighting fire. So if we get a call for emergency and Robert's not here, I can help transport as well. I'm an AEMT, but there's going to be gaps in coverage here in Phillipsburg. I guarantee it. I already told the public that there's going to be gaps. We're going to make do with best with the resources that we have. We'll try to fly whatever we can do, but there's going to be times where people call for an ambulance and we're just not going to have one.
Okay,
so it's training and reaching out for people who are interested. And that we will have training, right?
and then I guess, no, you're right, and then on that being. That just jump back a second to to make him president, we just make a motion, being that you, nothing, I don't mean, you know.
Yeah, Patrick already resigned. So
Yeah, so
it's, I would say appointment of the president to get it
that'd be a
started.
pretty good
I'll
start.
make that motion to appoint Robert Littlejohn as president of the Phillipsburg Association.
Cause then that way it gives him the opportunity, he can go and check on stuff and you don't.
I'll second.
Public comment on that?
So also. Okay,
No, all in favor?
aye.
Aye.
With the hospital being interested, they need to be brought into the picture and. I mean, if we can make this a permanent solution.
Should we have a second in command in case he's gone on fire? That would
Like,
be willing to take over?
if somebody wants to do it, I guess we'd have to have.
For now, I don't have anybody unless you know somebody that would like to.
I think, make a suggestion, I think we have a medical director still, Eddie Amberg is still under medical direction for our ambulance. Let's get everyone interested in a meeting.
Yeah.
And see who the vice president, treasurer.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to name somebody when they're not here and.
For sure.
Gotta
And
make
we have
sure-
people who are interested, I think it brings some reinvigoration to the whole process as well.
You want that meeting in the commission office, or you wanna hold that at the?
We'll probably hold that at the end.
Okay, and then we do have some, those proposed new bylaws that we can look at with you. I'm Blaine Bradshaw, by the way.
Well, I think once, we're moving ahead here and yeah, just let them go do what they need and get that restocked and get it checked out so it's ready to go. And then, we start seeing who we have and make it work.
Yeah.
I appreciate everybody on this. It's big. Any other questions or? No. Fred? State your name. You were looking at there. Yeah.
Scott. Fred Bjorkman, Georgetown Fire Department. We've been dealing with this for months, almost a year. Anaconda Deer Lodge County is refusing to go across county lines. So with the humble service that we were getting from this side, it became very awkward. We've had some crazy events where we've actually transported someone to the county line and then moved on. It's not a healthy situation. I think it's great that everybody's here and it's easy to talk about. The one thing that these organizations need is live bodies, volunteers. Equipment you can buy. I know I could capitalize on people that would come up with money. You can't buy a volunteer, I don't believe. And I've even questioned whether volunteers would come out of the woodwork with a stipend. Maybe it'll come to that, but what type of person won't help another individual, but will for money? So it's an awkward world that we're moving into. But yeah, Scott and I have kept in touch. I appreciate that. You folks have been great. Hopefully this thing's gonna fly.
Well, this is some of the best we've had in months. I mean, everybody's sitting here, but I think it's just like Frank has said before, the communication amongst all of us has got to get better. Everybody understands what's going on and where, so we're not crossing and, everybody keeps happy.
So. I do have one more thing to say about the volunteers. It's not easy volunteering. It's just not easy. We all have jobs, we all have lives, we all have whatever. But what I can tell you is this. Is that I don't know who here knows somebody that has influence in the community. And I'm not talking about the mayors and I'm not talking about the sheriff and I'm not talking about the commissioners. I'm talking about the people that talk to people every day. I'm talking about your school teachers, I'm talking about your church, I'm talking about your bartenders, I'm talking about your waitresses, I'm talking about your business owners. They should all be asking people, hey, if you have time, are you willing to volunteer on the ambulance service? Hey, if you have time, these people could use a driver. Hey, are you interested? And just, it's about talking to people that have influence in the community, to talk to everybody else, to ask them if they're willing to help. And to get those numbers funneled to the people that, or those names funneled to the people who can use them. Because I guarantee that Phillipsburg Ambulance Service is willing to reach out if you give them a name of, hey, Jane Doe is interested. To be quite honest, in case you didn't know it, Scott Dunkerson has a wee bit of influence. He put that out on Facebook. And my Facebook chat lit up with, hey, Monica, are you guys looking for volunteers? Hey, Monica, I could drive. Hey, I need you. They probably got a hold of Frank, but he doesn't have Facebook. All I'm saying is that that's the sort of conversation that needs to go out. So one of our EMTs said, I'm really dumb, Huffman's puts out a flyer for groceries, right? So why don't somebody ask them, hey, could we add this? Hey, if people are reading this, hey, can we put a sign in your window?
Well, I think a person can now, Monica, where we got somebody that's stepping up to the plate to
Right.
actually don't want to run it. It's pretty hard before, you know, you ask and if you don't have the right people to do it. It's.
Well, maybe it's
sitting there,
shocking that we
you know.
didn't have service.
Huh? What's that?
Maybe it was shocking that we didn't have service.
Yeah, but it's happened before, years
I know,
ago.
I realize
You
that,
know,
yeah.
We've had some really good volunteer crews that didn't miss calls,
Oh,
like Frank and Monica. You get dedicated people like that, and then they burn out. You know, I was a Robert Littlejohn in 1998. I didn't miss a call for nothing. I was there every single call. And life circumstances change and your priorities change, and this ebbs and flows. I'll say it again. And I'm really glad we got somebody like Robert that's willing to take the bull by the horns, and I'll refer EMTs to him all day that I know. There's some sitting in the room, people don't even know they're EMTs. There's a lot of them in the community that they do ski patrol at different areas, or they're this and that, and they just don't run on an ambulance. I just wanted a Band-Aid to this problem, and this is a Band-Aid to the problem. It's not gonna stop the hemorrhaging. Because
No.
Phillipsburg, the demand is getting greater and greater and greater for these services, and to put that all off on volunteers, you'll find them. You'll find people like Frank and Monica and Pat that burned out from it. Because he has to have a full-time job he has to do. You'll find them. They won't last. You know, like,
But we just gotta keep moving ahead and one's older, have to pick up another one. I mean, we just got, at least we have an option right now, so go ahead, come on up.
Well, just to follow up on Scott's comment, and that's one of the reasons that I would really like to bring it in-house at the hospital, is to provide that stability. And then once that stability is there, improve the services, you know, for wilderness pickup and vehicles that could go out in the middle of the woods and pick somebody up off a horseback. And so that, you know, once, you know, that program is up and running and stable, I think you're gonna, as a county, see the stability that you desire. So I'm willing as CEO to make that happen.
Thank you.
That was what I was gonna touch on as well, as if we could get to a point where the hospital is willing to take over that service as the mainstream, Phillipsburg Volunteer Ambulance could take over and fill the gaps. That's where that QRU would come in, where we can run that call quickly while they're getting their staff coverage to get an ambulance out there, to get transportation figured out. And then we could get into a point where we're, I don't want to say taking the backstage of it, but supporting the hospital and the gaps that they have.
Yeah. Any other comments or?
Well, again, in one of the other Great Black Access hospitals that I worked at, they had an outstanding EMS service. It was Cody Regional Health. And the extra services that they provided to the western half of the state through their EMS services, telemedicine came right out, and units that would hook up a satellite in somebody's home, the direct link with the ER. I mean, there's so many capabilities once you've got a stable EMS service that you can build on.
Thank you. Anybody else? Well, being that, we're moving ahead, and I really appreciate everybody coming in, and a lot of positive stuff here. Thank you very much, everybody. We will move on.
So for just one last comment is what. This is a go forward then. This right here from us is saying, please go forward and let's get it done now. I mean, what?
And if they have to, we can have one of
Yeah.
the road crew, that Steve, he's good, and can't, if he needs to come down, we'll make it work, that he can come down and look the stuff over, even, I don't know when they were started, or we started them one time in last winter, and that's about it, so that might be something that I get over Paul. And
we just
gotta
ran
make
papers
this
the
work.
other night.
Had him talk to Bob McGuire too, you know, something he could look at them, or something, just to make sure they're ready to go.
So, yeah, we'll put that to get inspected.
And the inspection, soundness of the ambulance, make sure we're good to go there. Billing is someone that switched over when Eagle took over. There's a new state billing process we're probably gonna need to apply for. And there's train people to run on the ambulance, the EMTs and driving.
Okay.
Those are like the four things I think that if we can overcome those hurdles, we can get up running.
And I guess the next, if somebody can get down and check, make sure that stuff's back. Not.
I'll go right on.
I'll stop and
Check it out. You know,
I can ask him. I can ask him.
You can.
All right, well, thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Good job. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
Stay involved. Stay involved. That's very good. That's smooth. Appreciate it.
If we take this precedent and turn it into an opportunity.
Well, they're on the agenda later.
One of the places.
Let's see.
Look at how those guys are doing it. This is an exemplary team. You know, and they've only got 800 people in town. I think we can make it.
Really, I think about that.
That letter gets sent.
No, because they're gonna sign it today. It's on their agenda today.
Thank you.
So you'll go to the meetings and then, yeah, I'm looking for somebody to take. this for him. He's on.
Oh, absolutely. You want me to go to the board meetings of the ambulance association?
Right.
Absolutely, yeah, yeah, absolutely.
What's her email?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, in the draft of the bylaws, I left that out because I wasn't really sure if you guys wanted that. So yeah, I'll absolutely, I'll make a point to you.
Like I say.
Who's the chair right now? Robert Littlejohn is president.
If he's gone on a fire, who's gonna, somebody's gotta be around. He could be gone for 2 or 3 weeks at a time.
So I should be there
Somebody
to
should be.
chair the meeting. If he's not there, is that
Somebody
right?
should be, so.
Yeah, that absolutely, yeah.
When he gets back.
That would be one thing, Mary, where you would join the association.
Okay, well, I've done an outdoor emergency air technician, certification, which is between EMR and EMT, but it's not part of the National Highway Transportation Systems EMS system. So I'm not actually eligible to join as far as I know.
Can join the association.
I don't believe so.
Well, you can, yeah, drivers can be part of the drivers, yeah.
I'm not
Yeah, you can be
driving.
drivers.
Yeah.
But what she was potentially thinking about is if you guys need a consultant later on or something like that with the, well. Potentially with the Granite County Medical Center being involved, that may take care of the issues.
Do you want to take a break?
May want to look at that issue of being having.
Do you want to take a break? Or you guys-
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you could definitely. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks. Yeah.
Have a good day.
Yeah.
Okay, we're moving on to area 5.
Joe Gilboy was gonna get on via Zoom for that agenda item.
Oh.
How's it going?
Good night. Could you guys go out there?
He dumped the whole bunch.
Oh.
All right, so we're into the area 5 aging, funding and county's home companionship program. We've been talking about this for a couple months, really, trying to figure out what we're doing, and it just don't seem like it's feasible, and the money's not there, and we don't have nobody to oversee, and I got hired somebody to take all the money to have somebody look overseeing. I guess, do you have any comments?
Well. I'm not gonna make any promises or, I know it's a struggle. I'm as a CEO, I'm willing to look at anything that the community wants us to do. If it wasn't financially feasible for agency 5. Then I have to look at, okay, how are we gonna make that any different? There's been several suggestions of, that we create a home health agency within the county, which is a service that is lacking. That's a separate license, so that does not benefit under the critical access cost reimbursement, so there's no cost benefit to having that within the hospital. So the home health agency would have to stand on its own, which is difficult. I've reached out to several colleagues who have them, and they're right on the verge of dropping their home health agency program. And if they're keeping it just for a service to the community. They say they're losing money on it. So I can't make any promises now, but I'm more than willing to sit down and say, how can we help? What can we do? And if there's any options in there that we can help with, I will commit to helping in any way we can. And if it's taking on the program, I would look at that.
I was wondering if, like where we talk, if the senior citizens give them a half piece, they could help out.
So the one clarification is Area 5 has the funding and they give it to the county.
Yeah.
The county has different options of what they can do with that. Seniors could be one of them, or an independent contractor that could be passed through to the another entity. So there's other county to look at those options.
Yeah, I just need to sit down and look at the numbers, look at what's needed, what that's gonna cost, and look at the whole cost and benefit sheet. So it's kind of occupational hazards, what I do. So.
You guys have comments on this? I don't know, we're just kind of.
Yeah, there's gaps, the home health, I probably don't go a day visiting with somebody from the community that doesn't come up. So I'm willing to look at it, but it is not financially feasible. It's not a revenue source for any organization. It's got to be managed extremely tightly. And the more remote people are, the harder it gets. And the qualifier for home health is that they have to be totally homebound. So that makes it even harder, to get those people in and out. But there's things that go along with it. And, some of the EMS services in Cody, I know some of those people, instead of enrolling them in home health, the EMTs went out and did some things with them. So there's probably more options in the EMS aspect than there is in home health.
Well, I can see why the commissioners are struggling with this. This is a bad challenge. It's the supervision of the home health aides and getting somebody to take that on as a responsibility. So, one thing in a hospital setting or that type of thing is you theoretically have CNAs that are certified that can be, kind of under that umbrella. But no, this is a very difficult situation. Everybody wants it. And it's not, there's no good way to do it.
Without that supervision, then they're getting in and they're doing other stuff. That they
Right,
shouldn't.
and they just, they're kind, helpful people who want to be engaged in this, so it's no, but it is a challenge for the county because of the tendency to overserve beyond their scope, so. Yeah, I don't really have an answer for the commissioners. I'm sympathetic on this because it's not popular, but the reality is we patched it together probably for the last 25 years. So
So I will commit to looking at it very hard with the numbers, getting all the numbers, what's the revenue coming in? Are there any grants that can help? And what's the expectations and what do those expectations cost?
Well, we're kind of making a decision whether to keep it going or don't.
Okay, what's your timeline?
We've been talking about that. It's just.
So
it's
if
not
you-
easy
are you
for
talking about
everybody.
Area, I'm sorry, can I make a comment, Scott?
We're just saying, let me finish it. I just think that we don't have the money, to keep it running, and we just got another $1,700 just to make it through. It's just not there. I don't know if
So-
there's some way you can.
So if you vote to continue with, would that buy us, say, a month and a half to take a hard look at it? And
I
then
guess
can you
we have
change-
to ask Joe Gilboy that if we can actually do that, cause it's coming to the budget time, and this is when, I don't know if we can take it for just a little bit and then.
Or
So, question, does the hospital have a, they say adult daycare or something like that, or
we
is
do
it?
have an adult daycare license.
So that if the funds could go toward, and that's an option, seniors is an option.
But I thought it was that what you're kind of wanting to get at, like the seniors we talked about them, I didn't know we had an adult daycare.
I just know we see the need in the sheriff's office for the services is all I wanted to say. This picked the guy up off the floor yesterday. We just see a need for the service in our line of work.
So Scott, what you're saying is that whether we keep it or dump it, we can keep the Area 5 funds coming in, just need a way to resource the funds. And apparently it's not working for the Area 5 aides to visit because we don't have someone to supervise the aides. And they can't supervise themselves.
Correct.
Before it was under contract with Anaconda County. And they took care of the grant Area 5. And they chose not to, so it's not in the grant or in the contract with Anaconda Deer Lodge. So it's not that we're losing Area 5 funds, it's how can we best use Area 5 funds?
Might go to a different, you can still keep them, have them, go to.
So if you have
different-
adult daycare, we can use it for that.
Well, adult daycare is usually, Medicaid only pays for that on a pre-arranged, authorized time, and usually it's private pay. So I'm not sure how you would use those funds to pay for someone. Usually adult daycare is, hey, I gotta take a trip or something, I got a doctor's appointment, I'm taking care of my spouse. Can you guys take care of them for, a day or two, so.
So they bring them right to the
Yes.
hospital, okay. That is different.
So adult daycare is different than respite. Adult daycare is basically you bring them at 8 and you pick them up at 6 or whatever hours. You pay by hour, or it could be from 10 to 3, whatever. But respite is, hey, I'm going to see my family in Florida for a week. Can you take them for a week? Yes, we'll take care of that.
Cause I think, what is it, 25 to 23,000 dollars?
It's not much.
For a year.
It's not much. It's,
No.
but I think the only things that I was thinking about is I think that there's a license associated with the respite care when you said that. That the county could. If a commercial company wanted to come in, a private business wanted to come in, they could take that plant, you guys know what I'm talking about. So I guess that's my only concern is if we don't have to lose that, it would be nice to preserve that just in case.
The private companies have had a tough time getting employees is one of the issues.
Jackie has been calling private companies like crazy who have said they want to come in, who have said they are coming in, and
No, it's just the
it's
money's
not.
not here.
It's
These
not.
companies would come in for what?
coming
To
to
do this type of care.
Oh.
home health.
Yeah, but,
Yes.
and, respite and hospice and.
Oh,
all kinds of
respite, we
things.
can do, that's not a separate license for us. We can do that within our.
Well, the county would have had the license for this, that's all I'm.
The,
It'd be
is
nice
there,
to hang on to it if we
Yeah.
can. But we had a guy from Phillipsburg here not too long ago who moved to Bozeman to do this because the market was so much bigger there. I mean, he could have done it here, but he moved to Bozeman to make money on it, so.
does the medical center doing the transit van still, or is that?
Well, we have a
But-
coach, that we use, for our residents and patients, yes. It's, as a policy, we don't use it for the public, because that opens up to a whole different avenue of liabilities.
Okay, just nursing home resident, okay.
So what's your idea? Try to keep it going for a little bit. I just don't see it.
Could you delay till next week or table it till next
I
week?
think we can. I was hoping, did you say Joe's on there?
Joe's gonna be on it too.
So I did reach out to Joe by email, and I don't know if I had the email wrong, but I didn't get a response.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and he's gonna jump on. It's my understanding too, I don't know if those funds could be used for the adult daycare. I just know that they have to go to people who cannot pay, so.
But it doesn't sound like that program is really too feasible.
Yeah, I don't
Right.
think this one would match the adult
Yeah.
daycare.
Okay,
And the adult daycare, basically, you know, the criteria for that is, I don't know if those two would match.
And like when you're saying about had to pick up somebody at 35, I don't know if they're supposed to be picking people up. I don't know that.
No, I just, the deputies and I
Right.
are responding to these people's homes and picking them up.
Oh, I do it.
Things like that.
But your QRU would be. Yeah.
We're the QRU.
Yeah.
So just a thought.
No, I'm solid. Jackie, do you have any comments?
oh, here, I have to give her.
I don't. I just know we need to find a solution to a very desperate problem.
Right. It'd be nice somebody to come in and say, "Ooh,
And are you interim or?
any other comments on this? I guess we're waiting for Joey. Mayor? Come on up.
I'm all ears right now. I really don't have any comment other than to say I'm pleased about the attendance. And there seems to be some things that are changing and moving forward. And I understand that some of this is a bridge to an ultimate fix. So first things first is get it pointed in the right direction. So everything I've heard thus far has been pretty positive. So.
Patrick, you got anything?
Yeah, and before it was Anaconda Deer Lodge, it was Missoula County,
Mhm.
so. It's really, I'm not exaggerating, like a 25-year-old challenge. Sorry, guys.
The only thing I would emphasize is notice to the folks that are part of the program right now and the employees, so probably like we talked about 60 days and but notice.
So is the issue maybe there's not enough money or not enough staff to provide the service?
Oh, we just had another person quit, so we're down to, we only have two now, but there was good for money and then we just kept getting bigger and bigger because we did such a big job. And then they got in there, they're doing more and more, and they should just be doing, so there's no way.
Being
Go out there and tell them not.
So they go out there, they're allotted so much time and they ended up spending more time, which and drains the pot.
Or, yeah,
Well, then option, how much money would it take to keep it going? And is somebody willing to provide those funds?
Well, if you
That's
just
the other
find-
side of that.
Yeah, if you find a supervisor to take care of the workers, then you got another expense there. plus,
Yeah.
You know, if I have to get, I forget how many they have now. What were they up to? Really? They were like 20 or something. It was 8.
Good Jackie question. I feel like that's been a changing number in recent months.
Clients.
So this is Jackie Scott. To answer your question, I think we're down to like 14, I believe it is.
Okay. I'm not sure what they're trying to tell each one, how many they could do or what, you know, they were trying to keep it. So they're utilizing the mileage and. I guess. Two broke up.
Well, basically, financial review is, okay, what's the revenue coming in? What's the expectations? What's the cost of those expectations? Here's what it costs. And here's the gap. Is there somebody willing to provide that gap? Or is there some mechanism to provide that?
So Area 5 was always managed by the county health nurse. The county health nurse we no longer had a county health nurse, and then it was contracted out of Missoula. And then Missoula, we lost Missoula. So then it was contracted from Anaconda Deer Lodge County, and they did the grants, which is Area 5, maternal, child health, and immunization. So those are grants that came in, and then the county health, public health. That was all managed through a contract with Anaconda Deer Lodge. Anaconda Deer Lodge came in just a while ago and said, okay, they will do it, but they're not going to do Area 5. Because they felt that their CEO or their board felt that it was not their responsibility to supervise county employees. And so they bowed out of doing the Area 5 and managing the aides that went and serviced the people of the community, senior citizens. That's where we're at right now. And Area 5 is a grant, and there's only so much money.
There's Joe.
Yep, Jim's on.
So
No,
yeah,
that's
here's-
good explanation. That's great. Broke it down.
that's what it is in a nutshell, kind of what the problem is right now.
Hey, Joe.
Hello.
How long do we have before we have to give what we're gonna do with Area 5?
We've got some time. I don't even have a contract yet with the state for fiscal year 24. So we don't really have anything in place yet and probably won't be, given how quickly the state moves, the earliest probably the end of August is before we have any real money to talk about.
So we have to, because if we're gonna not do, we gotta give the people notice. Now, what were you saying, Blaine, 60 days?
Well, I think that would be reasonable.
Yeah,
That's what
I just
you
saying
talked
about
about there, to give people time to try to find if you're deciding to dissolve the program.
Joe, this is Jackie. I have a question for you. We do have some residual funds in the budget. If we continue until the 60, can we do that for these people until they find another avenue?
Yeah, you should be fine to use what you have on hand. Yeah, the way the state looks at it, and when I report to the state, everything's done as like one big area wide program. So the only thing they don't like is carrying over state money. But usually I can show that we've spent all the state money area wide, if I change out funds here and there. So yeah, anything you guys still have to spend is certainly reasonable to continue to utilize.
Okay, question. The funds for the grant come in. What is the fiscal year for the funds for the grants? Is it the same as our fiscal year?
It's a state fiscal year, yeah,
Did we
July
sign a
1.
contract to receive this money already for? Or
No,
are we
yeah.
still waiting to sign a contract?
He's saying he doesn't have a contract with the state of Montana yet, so county hasn't signed an agreement.
And I'm still working through budgets, and I still need to get it approved by my board first, what our allocations are gonna be, and then once I get a budget submitted to the state, get a contract with them, then I will send out contracts to all of our local. So yeah, it is, and that, like I'm saying, hopefully by the end of August. I don't, things have been really dragging lately.
We have a little time.
Okay, so I'm a little confused here. What are we saying that? Okay, so for example, we're waiting to hear from you what Granite County is going to be receiving for this next year, correct? You're waiting to hear from the state of Montana, correct?
Although I've done some initial, and this possibly some minor changes, but most likely not. What I'm looking at having to send for Granite County for fiscal year 24 is $25,107. That's what I have it budgeted as right now. This is unapproved yet, but this is what I'm going to propose to my board, that'll be the allotment.
And this is about the same as what we have been doing for the last 10 years is we get your contract, we sign it, and that's money that we appropriate for the Area 5. That's all we have, that's all we get. So
Right.
what are we trying to do here? Bunch it or what? I
So you
don't
could,
know.
you could take that money and you're not, when you sign that contract with Area 5, you're not committing to spending it on home companionship program. You're just committing to take that money and using it under their parameters. So you could, you know, you can give that, I mean, we've talked about the different options.
Okay.
But so then but you got the two things, you got that money and then you gotta
Right.
decide what you're gonna
Okay.
do with it.
So right now, I just need to understand this, right now, we would have 60 days to notify our people that we use these funds for. And then use these funds in the allotted amount of time, but we'd still have funds left over, then we could appropriate it somewhere else.
Like the
Well,
senior citizens.
The 60 days would be your self-imposed
Absolutely,
notice.
that's what I'm saying.
And so then you could use a portion of those funds to finish out the program. And then the rest you could allocate to a permitted.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying, we don't want to get rid of Area 5, we
Yeah.
don't want Area 5, we just need to find a place to appropriate it.
Like we talked about with the senior citizens.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So what, if I'm correct saying, Joe, that we can use these funds that we know we'll probably get because we get it every year and we can close out what we're doing right now for our senior citizens and find another way to use that money for another project or program.
Yes.
We're not gonna give up Area 5.
Because we're gonna allocate that amount to Granite County anyway. So, you know, then it's, you know, working with you guys on how you want to use it, but that, you know, there's $7,400 in what's called Title III-B funds, 17,000 in state funds. Those monies, if you guys don't have an immediate use for, we will sit on them until you guys find a way to utilize those funds. Or we could give them to we also contract with the 2 senior centers. You know, I don't know if that might be more than they need, but yeah, so whatever you guys decide, and that those funds will be available to you.
To be clear, we don't want to get rid of the program. We just need to appropriate it for some other use. Because we can't.
What other use?
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out. That's what we're trying to figure
Yeah,
out.
I mean, what would it be? I mean,
I don't know if you'd have to split it.
Or it can go back to both senior citizens and they can have it.
That's what I'm saying, they'd have to go that way. I don't know what else.
Because they get Area 5 right now, both senior citizen centers get Area 5. So if we didn't have an aid type program, then we could delegate the rest of it to both senior citizen centers, is that correct?
Sure.
If we had to, there. Does that make sense?
He's got a question.
Well, so in light of that, you still want me to continue to analyze the homemade program to see
Yeah.
if it's feasible?
Yeah, if there's a way we can help our people that are senior citizens and very low income and can't afford it, then we need to, right? My.
Yeah, so the commission could table this in for a little longer and for you to look into it.
Well, then the person can actually, I mean, I guess when I'm saying dump it, I didn't understand. I knew that senior citizen, I didn't mean dump. Yeah, I just dumped what we got right
Dissolving the
now,
home.
and if they could take the money and seniors can use it on each end of the county, that's cool. I just didn't, he keeps saying it, but it's just, I wanna make sure that we don't take it and then here we're stuck. You know?
So
Stay-
Scott, this is Jackie. So I think the only thing we're going to end is the home companion portion of the Area 5. And I was contacted over the weekend from someone that's associated with the Drummond Senior Center, and they were asking me if there were any additional funds or whatnot for providing meals for our seniors, because, you know, of course, the cost of groceries are going up and everything else. And so that was one of the questions they were asking me, if that's something, You know, like if the Area 5 funds could be dispersed to help them provide meals also. So that's another thing that's been asked of.
Yeah, that's, I mean, then we can still get it and give it to them so they can make that work. I mean, I know we're losing one, but if we can keep the other one going and help out with that, it's better than nothing.
Yeah, probably the one up here needing, sure needing help as well as the one in Drummond.
Yeah, just split it equal and then. I guess the other is just not worth it, it just.
Yeah. So if I may, there's a couple things you could do. If the funds aren't covering the program and you still wanted to have, some sort of in-home program such as this, you could restrict the program to the most needy. And that's something we've had to do before. And sadly, I think we're going to have to look at more of this in the future because, we're just not getting increases from the feds or the state, but, costs keep going up and up. And so what we can do with Older Americans Act funds is we can look at a program and say, okay, we can only afford to serve, let's say 10 people. So anybody else, we find the 10 most needy, most likely we'd look at like income level, what their needs are. These are the people we will serve with the Area 5 money. Anybody else has to either pay for it or go on a waiting list. So there's that you can do. Certainly, these funds can also be used by the senior center. There are funds that can be used for meals. And then there's a whole list of, you can also use these funds for congregate meals, home delivered meals, transportation, case management, home chore, personal care. So, there's a variety of different services you could apply these to. And we can always reevaluate down the line, depending on what Granite County feels is needed and where we can help. But this is a difficult question. I think we're going to be following as we go along because I just, once the ARPA funds go away, there's going to be some fiscal cliffs here, and I'm really worried about where we're going to be and our ability to continue to serve as many people as we've been serving. And sadly, that's just a reality of it.
And there's no more money coming from you than the 25, right? There's no way a person could get more to make it work in that, right?
We split everything according, it's a federal funding formula, and we go by relative populations within each county of the number of people 60 and older and the number of low income 60 and older and the number of minorities 60 and older. And that's kind of the allotment. So it's the same thing as statewide. So to increase somebody else, I have to steal from, we're all sharing the same pie, and there's only so many ways you can split that up.
Right, well, we got to table and talk a little more about next week. Since I can't make it.
A couple of weeks.
In a couple of weeks.
What are we tabling?
Decision. Yeah.
Tabling. What are we tabling? I'm sorry.
We're gonna figure out if they can.
Figure out what we can use it for?
Yeah. And otherwise, I mean, you're saying you don't want to lose it, we don't. If we can put it somewhere to use it, we gotta make sure that it can go to the right place. Yes. That's what I'm trying to figure out, where.
So right now, I'm not sure, tabling it, okay, we want to keep our Area 5. And until we find a decent program that we can use it for, like, for example, can we put it in with the senior citizens and keep where we're at right now with what we have in the Area 5? And then when we come up with a different solution going forward, then we decide then. I mean, tabling it and then not knowing what we're discussing is.
I think the only thing you're tabling is the decision on the home companionship program. As far as the agency 5 funding, that's a decision for when the contract comes, really.
The home companionship program. We don't even have a clue of how we're gonna proceed with that. I guess get some research from.
I don't see how we don't have a supervisor to keep on tab, so if we could still take the Area 5 money and use it in the senior citizen, that'd be the best route to go, because this companionship thing is not working.
Well, okay, so Jackie was saying, can we have 60 days to get through and let these people know? So that in itself is saying that we're kind of ending the home companionship program as we see it now.
Yes,
So how would we table that when,
well, we won't if we can just make it today, we know, we're tabling how we can put the money out, I think, if we kept, take the money, Area 5, and then what we're gonna do with it. I didn't know if we needed
Okay,
more
so-
time to figure out where we're gonna take that 12,000 or split it in the middle and.
Or you could make a motion to, yeah, dissolve the program and continue to accept the funding.
so I think until we find something better, you're gonna have to give the people a time frame of when this is gonna end, and we can't keep tabling it.
Well, that's why we could do that 60-day we're talking about, but we could still take the money and figure out what we can do with that.
Well, okay, we're gonna take the money no matter what. I mean, we're gonna keep getting Area 5 funding, excuse me for my ignorance. But I'm not understanding this
Why I
agenda
tabled it.
actually.
I guess I was tabling it for the money, what we was gonna use the money for, but the companionship, I think we need to give them their 60 days today and move on.
So what the motion would be then is to continue to receive Area 5 funding for the county, and we would, how would you say, end home companionship program in 60 days,
Correct.
so that people can find other sources for their needs.
I could, yeah.
That motion.
Didn't I just say?
Okay, I have a question. This is Jackie. I have a question. Do you want me to continue? Like, I'm not overseeing them, but they're sending their stuff into me to complete the financials that need to go to Area 5. Do you want me to continue doing that until the program has dissolved, the companion program?
Yes. For the
Okay.
60 days, and then when it comes down to that, and then we're gonna look and see what we have, and because the money would be a lot different then too, and then we can look and see how we can give both senior citizens or some other thing.
We'll see what funds are left over and continue on with where we can. Is that okay with you, Jackie? Do you mind?
No, I
And-
don't mind at all. I mean, as long as we can, have a buffer for these people and a plan for them. That's my concern about the people.
Yeah.
Yes, so I think our plan right now has to be ending the home companionship program in the next 60 days.
Yep.
And then continuing our Area 5 on aging funding, and then whatever's left, Joe, we can appropriate to the two senior citizen centers.
Cause there
Yeah,
might be,
that's what you, then that might be the easiest, is we just keep a contract with you. And then that's your decision what you want to do with that 24 money.
Yeah. We-
And the other way, keeping it with you is then later, if you choose to give it to the senior centers, you can always say, okay, this is for this year, but we may next year find a
Yeah.
different use.
Absolutely.
Then it stays in your hands, that might work out really well.
Yeah, see, what he just said is that right now they can have it, but they can't expect it to have it continuing on. We're gonna try to find a program.
Commission's decision, yeah.
I'll second that motion.
Okay,
any public comment? We had none, all in favor? Aye.
sorry I was so dense at this.
Thank you, Jackie, and I guess we'll have to get letters out. I don't even know who the people are, not them. Give them 60 days and we can move on.
So would it be something that the aides can kind of tell them, okay,
I
this
think
is,
they
and then
need
they get
Yeah,
something.
well, it
official.
needs a letter from the, yeah, well, it actually probably comes from public health, but Billy and I can work with them to draft that. And then the letter to the employees would come from Granite County.
When you say one.
So Deb and I are gonna be in Phillipsburg tomorrow, and I already spoke with Billy about maybe we can do an outline draft of a possible letter and then give it to Blaine or whomever, and then go from there.
Okay, sounds good, thank you, sorry about
Thank you.
this. Business. All righty, so. We'll move on to potential of implementation of a resort tax. You have anything on this?
So, Mayor,
Come on up there.
Sure. we wouldn't call it a resort tax, and this is just in your knowledge, because this hasn't been discussed. And how we're going to do it. So. You explain things really well, so can you kind of explain to us just exactly what it is, and what we were thinking it would be a county thing, and we would encompass school district 1. And, but, yeah, we need to, the people need to understand just exactly what this is. And the benefits that it brings, but also the benefits to the property owner too, because there is some relief on this tax.
Yeah, and I believe that that's part of it in the regulation. It's spelled out in there. I couldn't give you the percentage of relief, but there, it does go to property. There's a percentage or part of a percentage that goes to property tax relief.
Yeah, at least 5% of the resort tax, at least 5% of the resort tax revenue.
Right, and I, you know, words do matter in terms of conveying a message clearly. Granite County and Phillipsburg, particularly, needs a lot of things. I don't know about resort necessarily. However, the emphasis obviously is to kind of garner some resources based on people who come in here and involve themselves in resort type activities or tourist type activities. We know that the town applied for the process maybe close to a decade ago, 7 years ago, maybe. That being the case, we've had some recent discussions about where that is today. And there's there's like a time limit on that sort of thing, so it would have to sort of be reinvented. I'm so sorry. I'm breaking my own door here. We would have to get with the state and look at where we were at in terms of reapplying perhaps or something like that. Now, I'm speaking for the town directly right here. And so that thing got set to the back corner with everything else going on and then the growth, we thought, well, we'll start looking at this again in real time pretty quickly. And then we saw the notice that you folks were going to consider it, which is why Maureen and myself came up to, among the other things, to see where your head was at it. Now, just in general terms, what you just described about a quote district, having those jurisdictional boundaries, that was something that's been tossed around quite a while. And frankly, practically speaking, I think that is a really good possibility. It makes a lot of sense in terms of actually what goes on activity wise in this part of the county. And so I think in that sense, it's probably a really good fit for that.
The school district.
Yeah, in terms of the activities that could be.
Yeah. It encompasses.
Right, you've got the Ranch Rock Creek, you have the Story Basin, you've got some big players here. And so I guess that's essentially, all the legwork was done several years ago and then sort of sat on the shelf and kept re-emerging. And so now we're here today to find out where your folks' heads are at and what you're thinking here. I know recently in terms of the subject of property taxes, I suspect that there's probably been some consideration more about this subject related to the property tax situation. That's just my own instincts knowing that, so.
So what some people or property owner maybe doesn't realize, and I don't know about the businesses with your Chamber of Commerce, whether or not, I mean, it's just an easy fit where it plunks right into their till and automatically gets, that's not a problem.
I don't see that as a problem, frankly, in terms of like, you can do it on your phone, frankly. It's pretty simple. However, I think there is an obligation of a board to oversee these things. Is that that has to be considered. Obviously, it has to go out to the public.
Yes.
For consideration. And I guess in our capacity as local government, we would move forward both in your situation and ours in a scenario wherein we would discuss it, give public comment. Maybe there was a motion made, maybe it was passed and seconded, but that would be exclusive to putting it on the ballot. And I don't know if you know a lot more about that, how that works cyclically as far as.
It's a petition, it's a petition process that would be presented to the, town or the county,
So
the area.
you're saying a petition has to be before, or can the commission? Can the commission put it on the ballot?
I believe it's a petition. No.
If I may, just a couple of things. There's two types, okay? One type is what you guys are talking about, which is the district, which would be like school district one, like you're talking, and that would include the town and the county. There's another type that is just would be the town, okay? Yes, it is a petition for either type, as I understand it. And it goes to the general election.
Right.
So the next one would be June 2024, I think, right?
Primary, yeah. Well, that's
Primary.
no, the general's in November.
Oh,
Can it go
I
to
think
a
you can go
primary?
at a primary,
I think you
yeah.
can too.
June. So the tricky parts, there's a couple of tricky parts. But first, the good news, I guess, is when Phillipsburg did their growth policy recently, which y'all know about. That was one of the comments from the public, which was, you know, what the heck, why aren't you doing this? Okay, so that's, I think, something to be considered. The growth policy directs the town council and the mayor to look into that. And find out more about it. So as Mayor Reddish said, that's what we've been doing. So the other thing is what Mayor Reddish was talking about. There were these laws that started with these resort tax / districts. Where the Department of Commerce did a study and sent out who qualified for one. To be legally to put into one. So we expired. So step one, and I was just sitting here thinking about it. If this is something that you want people to continue to analyze, that's something I'd like you to know, and I would suggest that we do a joint letter to the Department of Commerce. It's an economist named Ben, I forgot his last name, but he does the analysis to see if we qualify. Of course, we're gonna qualify, and he even said, yes, you're gonna qualify. So we need to get refreshed, so we're in legal standing to do that.
Where it talks about the resort area has to derive a major portion of its economic well-being from the businesses. So, but
Correct.
you're right, you craft the area well enough, they'll.
So he does
yeah.
that for us for free. Yay, that's my favorite thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so. Yes, there's a board. Yes, on the ballot. It has to declare. What percent is going where? Okay, the voters get to know that. The famous example in Montana is Whitefish. They put it all to streets, okay? So that's their famous example. If you go up to Whitefish, they have like really nice streets, and then they just redid that again on their ballot and reallocated it somewhere else.
They bought a second water source,
Yeah,
Haskell Basin, that's what they
so
did.
thank
So
you.
Most of that stuff, and this is what happens out there, and I think rightly so. When you petition for these sorts of things, I think it's really important that you emphasize the best benefit for the most people, which essentially boils down to clean water and infrastructure type stuff. So my own thinking and my support in this, I always have the image of a fire hydrant in my mind for what is some of the basic services. And that's what in my process, as far as reaching out to the public, that's what I would really emphasize, is that this is going to that rare commodity of common good, as opposed to being specific to something that doesn't affect everybody, or into the general stir fry somehow. But those parameters are written within the law about what you can and can't do with it. The downside about this, and I just have to mention this really quickly, if it was a local contained, I'll use the word sales tax, where everything on the counter was taxed, it would be an easier sell, but in a sense, so we have to really, and this will be done in the work, we have to look at what businesses are now operating that would be affected by it. Because there's a lot of things that are not affected by it. So it's not as cut and dry as people think it is, which that's where the analyzing comes in and filling in all those blanks sort of thing.
So one example would be okay, so you went to the grocery store and you bought a gallon of milk. You wouldn't be taxed on it, but if you put a burrito in the microwave, you'd be taxed on
Yeah,
that.
you could take the frozen burrito home, you wouldn't be taxed, but if you process
But
it,
if you process it.
yeah, and
Or if you,
so
how about if you got a Diet Coke out of the vending machine?
I don't think that's taxed. Yeah, so but there, but that's, I mean, that's an example of how, you know, you gotta thread the needle with this sort of thing and make sure everybody knows exactly what is taxed. And a lot of that, I think, is getting sort of the general outline down and making sure whatever information goes out is consistent, so that people have those assumptions corrected if need be right out of the box.
So the other thing for the commissioners to know, I think right up front on this is that, like a lot of taxes, it's a look back. What I mean by that is that if it, let's just say it went to the ballot in June, it would go with estimates. Okay, and those estimates would be largely based on credit card receipts, which apparently are in some way public accessible. This is just what Department of Commerce has told me. So it would be an estimate, so it wouldn't be like a hard budget figure. So you would do percentages, like on the ballot. Percentage 15% goes to blah, blah. And that is estimated based on 2023 numbers to be this amount. So I'm just telling you, it takes it a while to get rolling. But as I mentioned, the town council of Phillipsburg does have direction in their growth policy to closely examine this, and did have some public support at that time. That's where that came from. So just to, the very first step would be, and I would suggest strongly that we do a joint letter if you're interested in this, is direct or request that the Department of Commerce requalify us for this. And for both a district and there's no harm in that. You know, it's easy, I guess, of what I'm saying. The only thing is that the council of the town would need an opportunity to vote on that on August 1st, I guess. So is that right? Is that the meeting?
Yes,
August
and
1st.
what you're referring to is this joint letter.
It would be to send the letter.
Yeah.
So
Which I,
if that's something you guys are interested in, I think that there's no harm, there's no bad consequence to that.
So I think it'd be the request would be the resort area, right? Yeah, so
The
that
district,
then,
yeah.
no, resort area, because then the voters create the district. So the request to the ban would be to be able to define the resort area that we
Yes.
want,
Yes.
to define it as such.
But at the same time, I think we would want, the town would need, Blaine, the ability to proceed with the town, with the qualification of the town, should the county decide not.
Okay,
to do
so
it.
both resort
Right,
area,
that's what I'm trying to
resort
say.
community,
Yeah.
okay.
But I think that would be easy to do and would get things started. And as far as I can tell with the timing with next June's primary, hopefully some of this property tax stuff will be resolved. And as a couple of you mentioned, there is mandatory property tax relief in that.
Do we have public comment on this? I think, did you see somebody like that?
Just wondering.
Oh, I didn't know what I was saying, I couldn't see.
Elena has public comment online.
Do we have to make a motion before we go to public comment?
No,
Sorry.
discussion only.
It's just discussion. Okay, discussion.
Go ahead, Elena.
Thank you, Elena Gagliano. For the record, I did manage to hear that it was Mayor Dan Radish from Peaburg. And I didn't catch the name of the other party that was speaking for Phillipsburg. And then I have a question.
Maureen Connors here, just representing herself, right? Or she would.
She's in her consultant.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Consultant.
Oh, she's representing herself. Okay, well,
No, you're right. You're a consultant for Phillipsburg, you said.
thank you. I know that there are some cities and towns, a number of them, that have a resort tax. Which Montana counties have a resort tax?
What was that question again?
What counties have a resort tax? What counties?
Let's see.
Be wide.
Yeah, and there's no county-wide ones.
This wouldn't be countywide anyway.
Well, she
Yeah.
asked about the counties. I don't believe there presently is.
Let's see, the state's website says it here.
Because I was just wondering
currently-
which town or city is involved, the county is involved with it, like you're proposing.
Is currently Montana's resort tax communities are Whitefish, Red Lodge, Virginia City, and West Yellowstone. The resort areas are St. Regis, Big Sky, and Sealy Lake.
Those are
But-
areas.
Okay, the resort areas, would that be considered, would that fall under county?
So.
That's not incorporated?
Correct, I mean, they're both, my understanding is they're resort tax districts were created, but from. Ones were from resort tax communities, the others from resort areas covered, like. If you're covering the same area as Phillipsburg School District number 1, that would be a resort area.
It'd be resort area, so it would per se have to come from. The commissioners of that particular county to designate an area.
Yeah, the petitioner, people who sign the petition would be from that resort area, submit the petition to the county.
To the county.
County commission.
So do you know which one of those that you mentioned have a resort district with the county?
All of them are resort, they created resort districts from that, but the ones that would be similar to here are the ones, St. Regis 1, Big Sky 1, and Sealy Lake, but I think what Maureen was talking about is asking the state to designate Phillipsburg as a resort community. And then that Phillipsburg School District number 1 as a resort area, to look at both simultaneously.
In terms of town, it's about upgrading our application, if you will, which the timeline has run out on. Right, so it's been sitting around for 7 or 8 years and becomes null and void after an extended period of time. So we are talking about at a minimum of going through the process of reapplying to be reapplied to the designation. And if we would do that together, obviously they do separate things, but they would come together essentially. Is where the thinking is on that. So the point being is that there's a timeline of that, and it just.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna have to move on, I guess.
Yeah, Patrick, we'll work on the rank directory. What would be the proposed percentage of that resort tax? 3%? Would that include VRBOs, Airbnbs, other areas like hotel houses, kind of?
Well, that's a great question that I could definitely get back to you about, and I don't have that at the top of my head. I don't want to misstate anything, but it seems like if money's exchanging hands and it's for housing, go ahead.
Yeah, the statute allows for it says businesses or hotels, motels, and other lodging or camping facilities, so. That would likely could cover a VRBO. And it's 3%, and in some cases it can be an additional 1% on top of the 3%.
What cases just for that extra 1%?
Let's see. There's an election petition or resolution provided for may provide for additional resort tax levy at the rate of up to 1%. The revenue from the additional tax must be used to provide funding for infrastructure, and that is for resort communities with a population that exceeds the resort community with a population that exceeds the population limit for a resort community may not levy the additional resort tax. So if Phillipsburg was the resort community, I think they could ask for that additional 1%. Be by.
Okay, any other comments? Ready, well, we're gonna move on then. I guess it's more letter.
So discussion, we want to go forward then and do the letter.
Well, certainly I would put that before my council and then that's the first step.
Bring it back and then we can.
Yeah, so we'll get that on our agenda and we'll talk it word for word.
When do you meet again?
Tonight and August 1st.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, obviously 2 weeks tonight, but August 1st would be the next. Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
all righty,
Thank you, Mayor.
thank you. All right, Janine, you're up. No, I got one bit.
Thank you.
Okay, the roof project is coming along. He's got to get the metal ordered. He's gonna be in here and show you pictures, but he must be on the phone of what he's got done. Oh, there he is. I'm like.
That's what I've got done so far. They've got to order metal. There's 16 different slopes to that roof all the way around. Each one's different length, different size, different shape. But to get the right pitch, it's got a little bit of an arc on all 4 sides.
That looks good.
But I've got to order the metal first and I'll order tomorrow. It takes 2 weeks to get them. And then under that underlayment, there was like 1/2 inch bead board. I didn't know that stuff would absorb water, but it was saturated to the point you pick it up and it break. So I think that was 2/3 of or all of our leak problem. I hope.
All righty, carpet then?
Carpet replacement, I contacted 2 places out of Butte. One is turned in a proposal bid for the stairs and a separate one for this entrance out here for them stairs and whatnot. I have that, but the other one, I finally got in touch with Herky Davis. She's not able to come and give me a bid or anything yet because her person, for the way that carpet is on the stairs where it's got that seam where it's this color and then it turns that other color. It's a seam thing and along with that other, like, I don't know, what you call it, braided type end on it or whatever it is. Her person that does that. And what he would charge is to them is whatever, he's on vacation, so she's gonna get back to me next week. And it won't be until September that they can get to us, because they're pretty much booked up. Anyways. Contacted one guy here in town and he hasn't got back to me. I called him again this morning, no answer, left a message. But we contacted a guy that does.
Mark Hathaway in Deer Lodge, I've known him since he was a kid, real good, solid guy. He'll do it for $70 a week. If there's outside tree trimming or edging or anything like that that needs done, it's $75 an hour. I'll vouch for him, he's 100% solid, does
He did
exactly what he said.
quite a few lawns around here, does the church, he does this one over here next door. There's like 3 other places.
Yeah, he does our big church out here on the end of town, he does a really good job.
But you know, it's just something y'all want to consider or think about, I don't know. It'd be nice to have someone able to do it. So. To read the bid that he texted him. Because the other guy, like I said, he hasn't gotten back to me. He came up and looked at it last week and he didn't.
He said $70 a week, mow, trim sidewalk to edge every other week, if sidewalks are overgrown or do not have an edge established, $75 a man hour, got the edge the first time. Happy to do tree work or bushes that they need as well, we bill at $75 an hour.
And this out here out by the trees between the sidewalk and the street, where them trees are that there is no edge on that. So it'd be a great idea to get the edging so that when I do the plowing, I'm not catching all that dirt. And you know, it creates an issue.
I think he's talking about trimming an edge, he's not talking about installing anything.
Well, not installing, but taking that, making an
Yeah.
edge, a prominent edge, it's overgrown onto the sidewalk and stuff.
I used to do that work for 75 cents.
Times have changed.
You.
And the parking barricade is completed. It's, looks good. I think it's come a long ways there on that. It looks real nice. The sidewalk out here in front, Dave and I have talked about that, and he plans to have that done before winter when we have that ice issue. We're gonna put that grate in and all that happy stuff.
The metal's still in Washington at the galvanized plant. When I get the grading back, I'll build the rest and install it.
Get that taken care of. We're gonna need an electrician to put in a plug-in out there so we can put heat tape in it.
Yeah, I can get with Jeremy Fendler if you want and handle that. Or
The
coordinate.
foundation over here in this northwest corner, I've talked about that. When you water out there, it goes into the building. So that's just something down the road. It doesn't have to be done like real soon, but like next summer maybe for future projects. To get that taken care of, get it excavated and patch all the mortar or whatever needs to be done there and put in some perk pipe. So that lawn can drain out. And the best time to do that is the same time as we're doing the retaining walls, because retaining walls can have to come down in order for the excavating to happen. To get into, next building. And then the metal, pour nice and concreted metal around the top of the building. There's a lot of it that's coming off. The metal is peeled, it's like broken away, basically, which needs to be addressed as well and painted again. I'm finding big humps, chips of paint all around the building that are coming off of it.
That big job.
Yeah. That's gonna be a pain in the neck. We'll have to pull it loose on the bottom and chip all the mortar out, so it'll tuck back in and then remortar it. Either remortar or epoxy. And then to do it right should be abrasive blasted or the paint should be blasted off dry ice or corn cob, some kind of media. And then repaint it. It's gonna have to be done delicately to not strip the galvanized off the metal, but to strip the paint off. Because the paint's not adhered to it well, so that's gonna be kind of a big one.
Yeah, that's probably a bidded.
I
Publicly bidded project.
don't think it'd go over 50,000, but I don't know.
Well, it depends on where you do it too, because prices are going up on everything. If you don't, like this is just stuff down the road, like next summer, this would be something we could look at it. I don't think it's doing any issues or damage right now, but down the road, well, if it's not, taken care of.
I could put an estimate together on it, that it'd be, I think significantly under 50, but I don't know, we might want to put it out for bid anyway. However you guys want to handle it. Then the Ace Roofing, are we done with them, Blaine, or are they? Where are we at?
I believe we're done.
Well, IB Manufacturing is not gonna warranty any of the work up there. It would be going after Ace for the issue where well, it's spongy up there, but the county agreed to put the layer on top. I think if we're in litigation, it would be going. You guys could look, we could look at it, hiring an expert to look at it and see if it's something that they should have looked at. I mean, the documents say that they were supposed to have looked under it and at the time and see if it was okay.
It says no puddles, and we've got puddles all over up there. But the reason I ask, I'm waiting to do the perimeter on Ace Roofing. If we're gonna go after Ace Roofing, then I've gotta wait until we're done with that, or I put the perimeter on now. If we're done with them, otherwise you put it down, you gotta take it off to redo the roof and then put it on and you're paying to do it twice.
Yellow around, yeah.
Yeah,
How close are you to being done with that then?
haven't started it yet. We're waiting on Ace Roofing because that membrane would have to all come off to redo that right. And
At
the
least build
IB.
that.
The IB guy, I had him on the phone, Janine was on the roof with him, and he said, yeah, they should have had insulation down, he said, but the county said go over what was there. So,
We
Well,
look
it's
back
probably
in the
propo-
minutes.
It was probably proposed to us to go over it.
probably,
I mean.
I-
you know
I-
what
when
I'm
I
saying?
came to
It's just
y'all and
probably
showed you
like,
that.
well, just go over it and blah, blah. You know how they are.
When we did a test up there and whatnot, and we got that insulation out, and I showed you guys it was all soft and whatnot. My suggestion was to take it all off and put all new on.
Well,
And
just
that's what
saying,
happened is that we got something that didn't
just
go
saying
down
that,
that
we're
way.
not gonna win a lawsuit.
Right.
no,
No.
they might, it's gonna be cheaper for them to go redo it than hire an attorney and fight the county,
Maybe.
but yeah, maybe. Well, paying legal fees, I think they'd be ahead just to do it right, but, you know, who knows, that's up to you guys, not me.
Yeah, you guys' call.
Yeah.
Guess I
It's-
just need to talk to them again, and see how they act or what they say, and then move, and try to get the shit done.
Last I talked to them, they said they were done, they've done their job, and they're not coming back. So,
Once they
I
fix
don't
that
see
one
them
thing,
coming
yeah.
back.
Do you want a letter
Yeah.
from me?
Yeah, I don't see him coming back, I just got a bad feeling.
Well, we can't go on your say so. That they're not coming back, that they're done.
no, definitely.
Oh,
Get it.
they've said that to me as well. Yeah,
Yeah, that's.
they've, yeah, they're,
Wish we
unless
could get
unless
it.
there's litigation.
Get it in an email or writing or something, then we can move on to whatever.
So they say verbally or they email you?
It was, verbal that
I
came
believe it was
in.
verbal, yeah, when we were all sitting
Yeah, I
there.
think it's,
But I'll send them a letter.
yeah, I think that's best bet, and then we have a paper trail,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I'm held up on the perimeter job until we got a positive answer from
Well,
them,
we
so,
can get it out tomorrow or whatever.
yeah.
Soon enough.
I wouldn't wait. I mean, I'll give them a deadline and I guess you guys can decide soon. It could be this year project up there, right?
I think if anything, they need to take the puddles out, because that's just gonna build ice and create more weight up there. But, yeah, that's just me, whatever you guys think. Took a lot of weight off, I got probably 16,000 pounds of concrete off the top up there, so. That was heavy, all by hand,
Yeah,
so.
and then the painting of this lower back door, I'll get that done before winter. I gotta get a power washer and I'm gonna look into some tools, possibly order some tools to sand it down again. So,
They got some pretty good shit at Harbor Freight there, that'll knock that paint off, I use some of that cheaper stuff,
Alright.
that's all I wanted.
okay, let me know.
And, yeah, there's some stuff that we're taking paint off.
They got this, what is that tool called, the refurbishing tool or something? It's
Resurface.
resurfacing tool. And all it is a little roller sander, and it's pretty nice, but they're kind of spendy.
Maybe, well, if we can get some of this stuff done, and we'll wait to hear back from them guys, and then we can move on some of this other stuff, I really.
So right now, we're doing the dome. And so the puddle places would be another project that you'd have to bid on, correct?
That's Ace Roofing, that's not me.
But if they're not coming back, yes, we'd have to find somebody to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there isn't
It's
any,
a completely different project.
yeah, it'd be a completely different project, it's not a cheap, easy fix, just peel the whole membrane back and put insulation down. To get and level it, strip the old roof, and it's basically a whole roof redo.
Yeah, I think we better wait on that right now, we just better. You see what they say, and then we go.
Okay.
And what about the lawn person?
What?
The lawn person, number 3. Do I need to wait to hear from this guy here in town, or do we just go with this guy? I mean, I've been dealing with this guy here in town for like a month now or
Is
better.
he the guy that did the, what's his name?
Mark Hathaway's good animal.
The
No,
one in town here is
Yeah.
Kai, works at the grocery store.
I think he's the one that we were waiting on.
Oh, he's gonna do the estimate for the house and hall.
Yeah.
Good luck.
And I didn't know if he got back with Paul, and then I got a hold of that Burden kid, he's looking for work, but I've never heard back on a price or nothing from him either.
I haven't, I texted him yesterday trying to get an estimate.
So we're back to square one. I don't know, this guy told Paul he was out like 2 or 3 weeks.
For mowing,
Good morning, yeah.
Kai did.
If that's the
He's
same
very
guy, I
busy.
think he said
That's
same
the only
guy.
Kai I know around town.
Cause he went out and did the solid waste Jody's.
Yes, that is the same guy.
Okay,
The same
yeah,
person.
he's out 2 or 3 weeks.
He's out before he can get here 2 or
Yeah,
3 weeks.
His way I understood Paul, but I don't know if he's got.
These guys that we're talking about that he knows, what
Mark,
Beast Mode is what the name of them is. Out of your lot, they're over here, right there across the alley at that house every Friday,
Yeah, they do a good job.
and they may as well just come right here.
yeah, I've known him since he was in diapers, he's a really good kid. Got a family, he's 100% reliable.
You might
Yeah.
end up getting him to do that and getting that one done in Paul. I'm just,
Yeah.
unless if this tie ain't there, I don't know, I guess we gotta get back with him. Well, we're worried about this one here right now.
You wouldn't regret hiring Mark, period. He's 100% solid.
And they go right through how, I think they come up here once a week. and do
Yeah,
all
but I
the
don't
weeks.
want him to go into, I can't tell him that cause that other guy's talking to Paul about it, try to talk to
Right.
Paul, I don't want.
Right.
It's
Don't
like
step on
too
Paul's
many-
toes.
Well,
Too
we
many-
could decide on
Here,
here and then just say, okay, we'll do that too. After the fact.
we might be able to send him.
Is that reasonable? That kind of price? I don't know.
$75 an hour.
Well, $70 every week to do
Yeah, I
it,
know.
but then when he has
And
to
then
do the other
$75
stuff,
an
it's the
hour.
manual, 75 an hour.
Maybe should negotiate for per job then, or instead of versus hours, or they not do that.
No, that's $70 per week for the job. But if he has to do any of the other stuff,
Oh,
then we'll
oh,
put you on the
okay.
manual.
$70
$70 a week.
per week.
So you come mow once
Yeah.
a week.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I do once a week.
I try to.
Well, I try to as well here and between my home and here, because I got a big yard at home too.
Have him come over and just mow it back,
Yeah. Let's do the mowing right now.
yeah,
Worry about maybe,
tree trim.
because we would do probably the trim and the stuff, wouldn't have to do that every week. That
No,
would be on a needed
the needed
basis,
basis, exactly.
as needed.
Okay.
Like in the spring, you trim trees, don't you? Or do you do it in the fall?
To spring or fall, you can do it anytime actually, but the best time is spring.
Entertain a motion on the mowing.
Well, apparently being you've reached out to how many different people and.
I've reached out to two.
I've reached out to.
I mean,
two.
So this person's willing to do it? Do you know what's the name of the company or just know the
You wanna
guy?
get him on the phone?
Beast Mode is the name. Out of Deer Lodge,
I can get him on speakerphone in just 2 seconds,
and you guys can talk with him if you'd like.
if you'd like. If not trying to push you, but if you want to, you can talk to him and get all the specifics. Then there's
Well-
the middleman.
No. I'll make a motion, we hire the guy for weekly $70.
To start mowing and then we go from there.
Yeah, and then you can
We've
tell.
got his,
Cause we got a bunch of tree trim now, can we get the prisoners to do stuff?
Yeah.
Always looking for stuff to do.
yeah,
Exactly, that's just like mowing,
Good
but
idea.
a lot of times. In the past, I've asked that,
Let's just go with that, let's just $170 a week for now until we can figure out this other stuff.
why can't we have prisoners mowing too?
We did
We'll
at one
see.
time, we did, we had them come and then there, then they changed so much, I don't know, some of them are handicapped, some of them can't come out. I don't, yeah,
well, mostly it's Scott doesn't have time to watch. That's what he's told me in the past, he
Yeah,
does still have
that's the-
theirs,
That's the
Because they
concern.
watch me zero.
right,
Good.
exactly, but.
Yeah.
the ones that we had before, we knew them, and they, yeah.
They were locals,
Yeah. No, it wasn't me.
incarcerated locals.
Incarcerated local Jack.
Anyway, so I'll take a second on that, or we got a second? Hiring
Well,
a
what's
separate.
first?
Yes, sir.
I'll second it.
Any public comment? Being none, all in favor? What,
Aye.
got a comment? Oh, I see you shaking your head. Alright, motion carried pass.
Alright,
Alrighty, for the rest of it, then we can just,
well, we'll just keep up with this along the
Yeah.
way,
yeah.
for now, we'll get the roof finished and then I'll know more about the carpets next
and
week.
figure out, and then we can go from there. Alrighty.
The
Thank
one
you.
carpet place to bring me some samples and whatnot, so when we hear from the other one. We can all get together and decide what we want.
Okay,
They don't have this available, but stuff just like, not the same colors. So,
right, and the next one's a sighting of Paul Reynolds property. We talked about painting, but I've had one guy look at it that does a lot of painting. He said, man, waste of time because it's so dry, it just sink in so bad, it would never last. Gonna have to probably try to get some pricing on sighting the house in Hall. Let's get a couple estimates and that and see where we're at.
Okay, so I just made the suggestion that we do not use tax dollars, that we use the monies that come in for the rental. And I guess I asked Sarah to do kind of run me a report on just what we've received and anticipate what it's gonna cost and anticipate what kind of revenue we're gonna have. And we can do it if it's gonna cost more than 20. We can do it as a 2-year project in the budget, but we'd have to have a line item for the expenditure to get the house sited.
And I don't have a clue how much it costs. I think Brad, nobody look at it if we can. I guess we can call and see if anybody wants to look at it, give us a bid, get a couple bids on it.
No bid notice? For that?
They're siding the house and all. County house and all.
You get the kind that doesn't have any paint, that'd be best.
Huh?
Get that kind that never needs painting and then you're in like Flynn. They do make it.
You want that in the newspaper? What kind of siding?
I don't know what they call it, siding the house. That's not like.
I mean, there's like steel or what are you talking about?
There's what's that other stuff?
That
That's
goes-
mat board,
Steel cement for that, what I
I
do.
think steel will be best down there,
metal siding.
cause they're always spray washing around there and it sprays like you can get it on.
Yeah.
I just go steel. I think it's cheaper too.
So just so that we know that we have to budget for it and not figure out what it's gonna cost.
And you want to like prove the notice next week? Okay.
Alrighty,
Okay, I'm done.
next, I guess, we're moving right along. Road
Thank you.
Thanks.
I requested abandonment of Cedar Street alleyway in Matthew. Is this another one of them? There's gonna be a big fight over all this crap?
No, I mean,
I think so.
not today, but I know, and I don't think no one's objected to it. So the petition is has a requisite number of signatures, so the commission can sign that as accepted
Yep, you
or
have the
received.
original.
Mhm.
You have the original in your packet.
Yeah,
And one thing with Maxville. Practically every alley and street has been abandoned.
Yeah,
as
I
of
think this might be the
last one.
last one.
well, they broke up that other little piece there and they're building a house back in there, so I know what.
Yeah.
I know what they did. It's just. It was just, remember, when I thought it was such a great big fight, Linsky, yeah, all that, you know, one guy was away.
So I think we should do a motion to receive it as.
Receive the petition.
Yeah,
to
and it's acceptable,
accept the petition
yeah.
to abandon it.
No, just receive the petition and accept the form of it as complete.
I make that motion.
I second that.
Public comment? Being none, all in favor?
Right.
So now the commissioner over that area and usually the examining surveyor go out. Your Maxville,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
so it'd be set up a time to go do that and you submit a report, usually hands complete that and then
Oh,
have a public hearing.
oops, sorry, I just got a thing from that, I just said that kid never got back and he just texted me on the mowing. It's I charge $60 for the first mow. Because it's so tall and there's a lot of clean, and then $30 every other time for the house and hall. I think we better get him.
Yeah, I do it with him.
He's a young kid, I think he's like a sophomore, maybe freshman, sophomore. I'd rather give it to a local.
Yeah.
Young kid trying. You guys good with it?
yeah.
Okay, sorry about that, it just beat.
So that's just the house and hall.
Had you already done a motion on that one? Or not? Was a motion to cover
No,
that?
We just got, we never got. nobody
Oh, okay,
got back.
all right.
So I make a motion, we hire this guy.
Instead of the other guy.
He could do it tomorrow.
But just for the,
Yeah,
just for
just for the
hall?
hall.
All right.
Just for-
Can
Okay.
you just let me know how much as soon as he's done with the house and hall, because we'll have to adjust the
Well, $60 for the first time and $30 a week.
just flat, so you guys might have to adjust the security deposit that you've returned then.
Well, if we have to pay for it, just use the court, it's a county building, if we have to, you know.
Might have to adjust and give more of the security
Yeah, more
deposit.
of the security
Yeah.
deposit back, you can only withhold whatever you.
Well, it's gonna
used.
have to, you know, I'll have to go down there with him, he's gonna have to try to get through that other stuff, it's gonna, I mean, this is, all I asked him to do was mow and try to
Okay.
get caught out. That's gonna be more.
Okay, we have to get that out by the end of the month.
Mullet.
Seconded.
I first. You seconded? Aye.
I,
Thanks. Let's go ahead, sooner the better. If you can let me know, I will come fill this on the other stuff.
so road viewing for the requested abandonment of Cedar Street. I have to review it because it's in my district.
But I signed it.
It's fine. We just needed it signed as received.
And on the next one, that's a response to correspondence from Rebecca Skaggs.
And I apologize, I just noticed in your email from yesterday, one of you read it before I saw it and was able to print it. There was additional correspondence from her, so I didn't get it in your correspondence this morning. So it is right here, but I did get it posted onto the website just a few moments ago. And I did provide it to Blaine as well.
Did you read it, Blaine?
Yeah, but, this, you know, I'll give my honest opinion here. This is just getting out of control, and I hope she's on Zoom. You know, this continues. I'd encourage you guys to bring a defamation suit against her. She keeps accusing you of doing things and me doing things. So, it's time to end the battle. No ill feelings towards her. It's time to just each party move on.
Yeah, she accused the commission of doing something wrong. We didn't know anything about it.
So can we mention that the reason why during the interview wasn't an innocent conversation with whether she was related to the service meetings, wasn't it? Didn't she bring up the?
Yeah, I wouldn't bring up the interview in here. I'd close the session if you're gonna do that, but I'm not aware that anything derogatory was said.
From what I understand, totally. I don't know, I wasn't at the interview, so I can't make a comment.
I just going with Blaine's, I'm saying, if you want to close, we can close it. We ain't talking about it. I just recuse myself from it right now. So, yeah.
Should we send a letter just saying we're done?
There's a draft letter from Blaine prior to this email. I don't know if you wanted a new response.
Yeah, I think that the draft letter states it adequately.
Yeah, I read that. You put it with the stuff. What do you want?
B. Be in the back of your packet.
I know it was in the, yeah, I read that. I just read that. Yeah, he's got me right there. So.
All right,
So this had not been sent, and so is this what we need to approve to be sent?
Correct.
Lincoln, are you good with sending this?
My advice would be to, yeah, send that letter.
No.
So she's read this and
My assumption would be that she read that because it was posted online yesterday with all the meeting documentation and.
so should it have been posted things, it was supposed to be addressed to her? Should it have been?
You know, it's not private, it's a public document. It's being transparent, trying to resolve it, so, yeah.
So need a motion sending the letter.
Mhm.
And I'll wait for myself.
Okay.
I'll make a motion and send a letter.
Send this letter, okay. Are we gonna address this?
I really think that this letter from today addresses all the issues.
So it says you need not bother to the CYA, is that this?
I have no idea what she's
Well,
telling
she's
me.
going, having listened to the latest meeting and read a draft of your response. You need not bother to CYA.
CYA, what's that?
Send your answer or send.
Cover your backside.
Oh, yeah.
So
The
this
response does not answer my question.
this email letter is just making it personal, and so I personally don't think you need to even respond, but it's up to the commission.
I always listen to my attorney.
You just seconded one.
So we got our Riddick Field airport thing, so then,
He just seconded this one that's in the letter.
okay, I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
I recuse myself from
Okay.
it. Okay. Motion carried pass. We'll move on to the, did we get anything on the airport?
So.
We received another draft with some things lined out that we had wanted corrected, but the corrections actually hadn't been made, so I don't think we received a final.
Draft.
Final draft.
Yeah, this is what I got from here.
Yeah, like it has
Yeah.
County of Beaverhead crossed off, but doesn't have Granite County in there, so there's some changes they need to still
Update.
make. Yeah, they're still in the process. Sorry.
Can you guys see the bid, the invitation to bid for the road up there? I think it might have got shown. To put in the paper, road.
For what road?
Granite Road?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, Blaine showed us.
You guys good with putting that in the paper?
Yeah.
And this other stuff, yeah, I don't know what to do with the.
Oh, I'll tell you what those are. I need you to sign all of them.
Huh?
I need signatures on all of those. Those are leases to go out to. For all the airport hangars for lease renewals.
Am I
You-
missing this? It says that, does it say that it has to be done right away?
So you guys said the time, project deadlines would be mutually negotiated. But if you want a time deadline on there, you include it, but the thought was it just depends on your kind of. Will the contract, but you can, yeah, if you want one
You
in
want to
there,
negotiate it, I mean, they could say, well, we'll do it in September.
then you just say we want, can't you?
We don't want it in September, we want it. Right now, right?
Well, we have this.
ASAP.
If you want a deadline on there, I could put it in there.
What do you think?
I think we want it ASAP.
So
Otherwise, if somebody gets a bid, they might sit on it until
Yeah.
we get time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
talking about, well, not even gonna be on your agenda till August 8th, end of August.
Yeah. 'cause
For
what
2
you're
weeks.
going to paper.
Well, yeah.
So 1, 2, the 8th of August, so it's
say
out
by,
this week, it'd be the next, then you would count the next week and the next week, so. The 8th of August.
so then we should say by September 1st, be done by September 1st.
All right, make that change.
So and they're, Paul was gonna reach out to some people that he knew,
Chuck knows a couple people.
you know a couple too.
What?
You know a couple people?
Bob Gray.
Reach out
Two
to,
people I know you guys.
Oh, Bob Gray now.
Does Blady? What do you find?
You said you knew some guys that might be interested in blading that road.
Well, yeah,
So I guess if you talk
you
to
can
him,
reach out to them and,
tell him it's
Paul
in-
knows him, Paul knows it.
Okay, well, just make.
yeah, but getting Paul to do it.
Maybe touch bases with Paul and let him know the ones you're thinking
He's
of.
awfully busy.
Make a motion with adjourn.
You have a
Elaine
public
has a
comment.
Go ahead, Elena.
Thank you for the record. I'm looking at the agenda. The time is 3:16. And
Yeah. 4:00.
3:16, what agenda item are you up to? 3:15. 3:15, I'm sorry about that. 3:15, there was a response for correspondence. 3:30, Riddick Field Airport Agreement. And the time is 3:17 and you're adjourning? Any answer?
So. This is
Oh.
on the agenda item for the next item.
I thought you tabled it, no?
Well, it ain't on that, it's not filled up.
Yeah, so I just, yeah,
That's
if
why I
you
said
haven't
that
tabled it,
I
I
was
table it.
Yeah, I said that we.
Yeah,
We
I
get the
agree.
other two.
And at 3:15, the response from Rebecca Skaggs, what if she was coming on at 3:15? It's already a done deal. For the record, thank you.
For the record, it says right on the agenda, we can do that stuff. Thank you.
Are you, you're adjourned?
So next week, a long day too.